I got a hidden side, a split in my mind. In disguise, the business like I live a lie, revisions I write like Mr. Hyde, a vicious inside. I'm staying fine like butterfly knives. Cable ties that smothered my pride. Stains inside like blood and fine wine. We tying knots like husbands and wives. Hey, call me Twilight, have a sparkle, startle. Twist on the door, charm marble. I stay on top of the castle, shifting the blame like a parcel the parcel. They on the run like they marbles. Don't wanna call in the marshals. I never miss like a marble. Whole bunch of rascals, I'm about to set an example. They ask for people pleasing, I vacancies, I do it graciously and never make a scene. I just cause them. I stay on top of the castle, shifting the blame like I'm passing the parcel. They marshals, I never miss like a marble. Whole bunch of rascals, I'm about to say I got a hidden side, a split in my mind. In disguise, the business like I live a lie, revisions I write like Mr. Hyde, a vicious inside. I'm staying fine like butterfly knives. Cable ties that smothered my pride. Stains inside like blood and fine wine. We tying knots like husbands and wives. Hey, call me Twilight, have a sparkle, split in my mind. In disguise, the business like I stay on top of the lie, revisions I write like Mr. Hyde, a vicious inside. I'm staying fine like butterfly knives. Rascals, I'm about to set an example. I got the king to please like I'm golden. They wanna play with me like in the KGB until I make them need a post-mortem. They got a data breach of informants. Think of the agencies are important. Leave them with vacancies, I do it graciously and never make a scene, I just cause them. Times that smothered my pride. Stains inside like blood and fine wine. We tying knots like husbands and wives. Hey, call me Twilight, have a sparkle, startle. Twist on the door, charm marble. I stay on top of the castle, shifting the blame like I'm passing the parcel. They on the run like they marbles. Don't wanna call in the marshals. I never miss like a marble. But you rascals, I'm about to set an example. Hey, that's a people pleasing, I data breach of informants. Vacancies, I do it graciously and never make a scene, I just cause them.
we're almost back here. Rev, I had so much. Let me come here, let me brighten you up some. Okay, yeah, that looks better. Oh, but that is so bright. I look a mess. I only got a week of this left. Okay, and then I finally like I have a hair and everything, and that'll be nice. Man, go here. Don't worry, I'm gonna look even worse tomorrow. But I'm excited because at the end of this week, I am going to cut everything off, most of everything, a lot of it, and then we'll be back. Bye, guys. All right, I am very sorry. Um, there's been a lot of hardware changes on top of hardware changes on top of hardware changes. And I'm about to just do a real quick look and see. Okay, that looks fine to me there. I'm gonna close that and okay, cool. So whatchamacallit, kick player is doing fine there too, sure. And let me see Twitch. The Twitch looks like it's doing okay. That's about as good as that's going to get. Okay. Now what I need to do is the last thing I just need to kind of get under control real quick. Just oh, this is atrocious. It should never need to charge. Hold on, I need to get see where my mouse is, and I just want to switch it to my main thing here. If I knew where the button is on this keyboard, switch devices, and let me go here. Cool. So my mouse is dying. That's wonderful. Ah, okay. What is this like? Is the Bluetooth? Did I cut like the Bluetooth? Oh, I did cut the Bluetooth off on this. All right, hold on. Hold on. I got devices and printers. The fuck you? Ooh, excuse me. It's about to make me snap right now. Um, isn't there a button for this? Like to just cut it on? What the hell? Like where is it at? Okay, let me click back, and I'm going to want to turn. What did I like uninstall? Did I like uninstall the device somehow? Is that what happened? Bro, I was really not trying to. Can't make this up. Every time I get real close, like it's always just something. It's always just because it's my fault. So now let me come over here real quick because I need to figure out why the why my Bluetooth doesn't work. That's gonna make my life like 1,000 times worse if I don't figure. Bro, where in tarnation is the like my what did my Bluetooth capability on my laptop just straight disappear on me? Bruh, I'm tired also like bruh, reinstall. I have to reinstall my Bluetooth device on my laptop. That's crazy. Bro, what the hell was I doing? Resetting the Bluetooth adapter. Okay, see, there it goes. It finally showed up. Okay. Okay. Let's oh yeah. So let me bring my mouse back over here on my computer. I'm sorry, guys. I truly was not expecting this to be the case. But there we go. Now my laptop is actually working again. And we do the quick tests here. Okay. All right. Yeah, that works good for me. So yeah. Now let me go ahead and come in. Come on. Come on. All right. Move you up here and oh my. That's what happens when I like shower and don't or rush my shower and don't lotion nothing. Ashy is hell that day. But all right. I'm almost there. Now I'm almost there. Now I just have to I can actually chat stuff, right? Available. There is an update available. Um, yeah, I'm gonna assume all that is fine. We're going to assume everything is working just fine now, right? That's it. Everything's good. Everything's good. Nothing's being overloaded. Everything looks fine. Everything looks fine. Everything looks fine. Can I get you to extend yourself just a little bit more to over here? I almost feel like you need to go actually further away, so this would actually extend out more over that way. But hopefully this looks good here. Okay, well, nothing like a good time for a monster juice. We're just gonna go ahead and just get started. But I'm gonna give you a quick update of just like everything that's been going on. Okay, cheers. I swear they put crack cocaine in these. So good. Okay, bruv, my hair looks crazy. Don't worry, it's gonna look much worse tomorrow. Much worse tomorrow. But yeah. So as quickly as I can just say it, right? I was right. I was right about everything with regards to the tariffs coming through. Guys, look, I tried to tell y'all. I sure did try to tell y'all that these high roller tariffs, we're gonna go through and we're gonna make everything expensive. So like I was saying, like the very last time I streamed, was that like I was just on a mission to buy as much stuff that I knew I would eventually need as I could, and not take any chances. This is why credit cards come in handy so much. Remember, your debt can be devalued. Debt can be devalued. Okay, if you buy something and then inflation goes rampant after you purchase said thing, right? Well, now that debt for that item is worth less, right? So I sit there, you buy a $500 item, and then now $700 is how much that item would cost, right? Well, that's actually just like the key thing with like flipping stuff, right? Because if you was a reseller, right, then you would have bought all the stuff you could have bought, let inflation hit, and then resell it all at the inflated price, right? That would have been the easy way to do it. But like as far as just the stuff that you need, right, you personally need, okay, right? You bought a $500 item, it's now $700, right? When you pay it off, that $500 item, right? You made out like a bandit because you bought it. You essentially got it for cheaper, right? Because remember, credit cards let you obtain an item without paying the money up front. So if you can get an item before it explodes in price, okay, you still get you essentially lock in, cheaper the cheaper price, or the non-inflated price is what probably be a better way to say that. But bro, these hairs, it's okay. All of it's going away. I can't wait. I have spent months letting it grow out, and it's been fun. But now it's all getting ready to get cut. I'm gonna look so different after it gets cut. Yeah, like, man, I'm trying to tell y'all, it just refuses. But anyway, without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and get started. But yeah, so I've been buying stuff, and then I've been trying to get a lot of things set up. Now that all the tariffs are finally here, I stopped buying stuff. At least all the stuff that I need. I knew was gonna be longevity, right? There is one exception though, okay? Because as you might be noticing, which I'm kind of picking it off sometimes as I see I'm streaming. I did my best, right? I tried many different graphic card setups, and this graphic card, I got an AMD Pro graphics card now, right? That has been doing a lot better than what my last one is doing. I added that. I stopped doing the AI translator thing, right? And so like I am much more stable than what's usually been the case. Okay. It looks like, right, I am just about there. It's just about steady, right? But I'm bringing this up because if I do happen to get a chance to grab the 5090 Founders Edition, I'm only gonna go for the Founders Edition. I'm not paying OD prices, but if I can at least get the Founders Edition at its MSRP, right? I am going to cop that because once I get that, then I'm good. I never have to worry about this ever again. I will never have to worry about this Encoda stuff ever again, ever. Yeah, it'll never happen. I'll never have to worry about it. But here we are. So hopefully this works out as best as I can get it, and we're just gonna go from there. Okay, that'd be the last thing I'm just gonna be like grabbing. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna get started. We're a bit short on time because it took. If you was there those first 20 minutes, God rest your ears because bro, that was just unfortunate. The amount of just like loop, I don't know what that was. Like my audio thing just had like I don't know some weird behavior when certain buttons are wrongly pressed. But cut that off. That's fine. But yeah, now let's go ahead. Now, where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? And my mouse. Oh. And then of course, right, my mouse is about to die, so now I have to plug it up. Pick back up on working out again, right? Because I've just been busy. Wintertime, I'm realizing that where I'm at, bro, like, I can't do the wintertime. It's just so hard. It is so hard, bro. It is just so hard. I'm about to switch scenes right now. Bam. Okay. Bro, it is so hard. Wintertime just sucks a lot. Oh no. But then I have it's because my mouse is about to die that is about to screw me over like big time. Um, let me think about this. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. I guess I can deal with, bro. My gameplay is about to be crazy, but it look like I'll be able to help it. Okay, well, fine. So let me start with this, right, and bring the keyboard over here. My mouse is going to be so upset. My computer mouse is about to be so upset. We'll see what happens. Okay. We'll see what happens. Okay. It's not too bad. Oh, okay. That's actually much smoother than I thought it was gonna be. It really is. It's much smoother than I thought it was gonna be. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh shoot. All right. Well, just shoot. Tell me something. All right. But yeah, you already know what we're about to do, guys. We're actually gonna just I'm doing politics for like the rest of this week because I am not going to be able to do Friday to Monday, but I will be able to pick it back up Tuesday. All this week I'm going to be like I should be unless something happens. Maybe not Wednesday. I have to prepare Wednesday because I'm leaving Thursday. Okay, so Monday to Wednesday. Okay, now to Wednesday. Because Thursday to Monday, I'm probably not gonna be there. But after that, then I'm good. After that, I'm good. We'll be consistent going forward. Yes, this is concerning that there is no audio. Hmm. Oh, is it because I had? Oh, I think I know what happened. Right. Um. Right. What I just need to do is, I just need. Where's the thing to mute? Right. Need to mute the. How can you? Oh, I know you're gonna let me mute you now, right? There we go. It needed to mute the monitor. The monitor has built-in speakers in it. As convenient as it is, it's the rare time it's not. Look at my hair, man. It's just gonna try to like lay it. I'm trying to lay it. It's so thick, and I'm trying to lay it down. Um, Now I just need to figure. Okay, so I probably just need to just close this, right? Let's Let me close it. Oh wow, they actually finished. I had to pick back up and see what they did there. Put down Dunkin' Donuts for a second. Can I? Let me use Lofi real quick. Now we just got to do a quick audio test. Yeah, it works. Okay, so it was my Samsung. It was my Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, cool. So it was just my phone. Oops. All right, cool. Oh. Oh, and a new phone. I am gonna have to get a new phone too. It's gonna Won't have a choice. My phone is literally on its like last bit of legs. No, definitely ain't no sound. Bro, I can't get a break. I can't get a break. I really can't get a break, Rev. Do I want to even think about what could possibly be wrong? Mm. Oh, I just turned the music down. Okay. I haven't played it in so long. Like, see, like, oh my God, Rev. Just kill me. Okay. Let's see, spreading. Oh yeah, I wanna watch the original though. I don't wanna watch when Destiny's watching it though. All right, let's. Tomorrow's gonna be more put together. Let me see what we got. Anything crazy going on? Candace Owens reveals truth on Russell Brand, Harvey Weinstein, and Taylor Swift. Plus stuff with. Do I wanna? Do I wanna? This feels. It honestly feels a bit cancerous to me, but my first one is gonna be with Candace. Oh God, I feel dirty already. I feel dirty already. Oh Jesus Christ, help me. Oh God. All right. Well, let's. When I'm being attacked. Oh, this is right. This is like the very first one. Oh no, I'm on wave 9. I'm thinking. uh, Okay, I'm starting to pick back up. Okay. Vegans is crazy. Hey, morally superior vegan. Great for you to be here. That's actually this looks. Mm, oh, I'm pressing the space button. That's why it's like unpausing me. See, already gonna. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I will go with Candace on this one. I do. I like honestly, it's just it's just a bit crazy. Honestly, it is just a bit crazy that like you can allege something happened and like the amount of time that would have passed would make like it would make defending yourself so incredibly difficult because at some point because you got to think about it, right? Like this person could have, right, could most certainly be, telling the truth and everything, or maybe they're not, and maybe just nefariously, right? They sitting there, they could have hatched this plan, maybe like not even at the time reporting it. They could have thought about it just a couple of years ago, right? Even if they're alleged something happened like 15, 20 years ago, right? And then they sitting there is like, you know what? I'm gonna get a hit on somebody, right? I do remember, whatever the circumstance or scenario is, if I sit there and I plan now, right, and get all the stuff that I can get in my favor now, in another like 2 or 3 years from the moment I'm deciding this, right, I'll be in a really good position to then file the allegation, and then it's like the person on the receiving end is like you're on a time clock, right? Because you don't have that luxury, right? That's why, like, that's what statute of limitations is ultimately there for. Like you don't want to sit there and be put in a position. I think it's like really crappy for you to be put in a position where your accuser will get substantially more time, more resources, more stuff to be able to help themselves and not you. Okay, it shouldn't be that scenario I just like played out for you. I'm not saying that that's what everybody does, like far from it, but like that's a possibility, right? Like somebody could sit there and plan that stuff out on you, and then the thing is that like like they have all the time in the world, and then once they actually take the action, you don't have such you do not have such time, and then you don't even like what the fuck do I even where do I even start from 15, 20 years ago? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just crazy, but. So I don't know. He's already he already started talking about. So he doesn't believe in statute of limitations. Like boy, like fam, you is certainly wild. All right. Um. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Now that scenario is a completely different like the different circumstance, right? If the crime was reported back then, right, and then like it is what it is, but then new evidence, right, because of the advancement in technology and stuff like that, then you can. It's kind of hard, right? Because like double jeopardy thing. It, that it's a bit of a tough one, but I would understand like the leaning towards letting them like take another crack at it. Sure, for sure, right? I say because at the end of the day, they did the crime, then it is what it is. Now, with that being said, um, right now with the other scenario, which is what I originally thought this was, right, where it's just like you didn't report anything for like 20 years and then you decided to like now all of a sudden do this is like say it's unfair to the other person because it's like how what are you like you can't even how do you mount the fence, right? What witnesses, like who you gonna find, right? What photos are you gonna take, or you know what I'm saying, like what possible, what video or could you possibly retrieve, like all these things that you would be able to like potentially get at that time. It's just like all that's gone, so it's like what the hell do you do? Oh yeah, the fact that it got right here means I gotta beef this up. um the only thing I'm gonna just say is just like you got you do have to be careful with that, right? Like media stuff is all cool and all, like to take your beef with the media, but at the end of the day, right, it's all about the court system and what the court system, what the rules would have allowed, right? If and the thing is that it really sucks because there's plenty of instances where the court gets it, where the court, the judge, whatever, does something stupid or allows something they should not have allowed, right? And then you just have to sit there and wait, right? Because the thing is that even if it's like just obviously wrong, you have to wait for the whole appeal process to go through, right? And if you ain't got the money, you're just out of luck, man. And so like it's really just a roll of the dice on whether or not you could just gonna you're ever going to get justice, right? And so I said I don't know too much on Harvey Weinstein's case itself, as far as like what the evidence and stuff that they played and whatnot. Um, but I just say, stuff like that, you got to take with a grain. You got to take with a grain of salt, right? I don't know. I do remember seeing that his case was kicked back down, back into like whatever part of the court system, which is fine, right? Because that means obviously the court, system is is doing its job. Um, I'm trying to think if it was horribly egregious, appeals process would actually nix your sentence altogether. Think of what's the movie guy? The movie guy that had like the prop weapon thing that actually had like real ammo in it or whatever, and he ended up killing somebody. Um, and how like the prosecutor, what was the prosecutor? The prosecutor was trying to like hide that evidence, basically from how do you like hide? It was like some really important key evidence about the ammo itself, that the prosecutors was trying to hide, and instead of the judge being like, yeah, you messed up, I'ma send it back down, something like that is so egregious that is like, I there's no way I can just allow you to just, I don't even like even trust that you're going to like not do some like other crazy shit with this. So I'm going to actually nix his whole sentencing period, like with, I think like with prejudice, I think is what it's called, right? And so right, so then then now he's free, right? um Usually like when something's like that egregious, the appeal system will just sit there and just nix the whole case, right? If they kicked it back down, it sounds like to me that there could obviously there was some issue, right? There was some procedural issue, probably is what happened. But it wasn't like crazy egregious, like like he they might have allowed something that they probably like shouldn't have, that maybe there was like a case for, but it might not have applied like there at the, or something like that. But like basically like it's not, I doubt it was as bad as she's like potentially making it seem. It's just like it's just the only my only thing, my only qualm with like the way she's presenting it. So I don't know, we'll really have to see. um do I could split this off, but I think I probably should split this off. I probably split this off. Oh, that sounds. First off, I don't know. That characterization sounds very very fishy. First off, um, secondly, right, and then as far as like the question he's asking, do you think you can revoke consent? I mean, I don't think maybe like, maybe, assuming there was no foul play or anything, I don't know about after the fact. Could you imagine? It's crazy because they allowed that in Spain. I believe they actually codified that in law, that like, again, no foul play, nothing crazy. But if you full consent, that that type of activity with a woman, she had like, I think, was it like 48, it was like 48 hours or something. We got to look it up. We got to look it up because I don't want to tell you guys the wrong. She could basically I don't say renege, but like she could just rescind her consent after the fact, right? Like maybe she just like, oh yeah, you know what, shit wasn't good, shit was too small, and then rescind the consent and send your ass to jail. Like it's just crazy. Spain law, rescind consent. I believe it was Spain. Recognizes the right to revoke. Spanish Supreme Court. The right to revoke consent for the use of personal image. That one's definitely not it. And that just sounds like, just like, I allowed you to use my images, now you can't, so now you gotta take them down. Sure. Why is Spanish constitutional law is dividing the left? Let's see. Demonstrators against sexual. Sure. And don't worry, I will just simply find Spanish abortion requirement only yes we consent bill. Receive. It sounds like this one might be it. Only yes means that consent. Parliament voted Thursday to approve a bill that makes consent a key determinant in sexual assault cases for individuals that have to prove that violence or intimidation was used against them. The bill, popularly known as Only Yes is Yes, seeks to tackle the nebulous definition of consent in Spanish law. In the absence of codified definition, the law had long relied on evidence of violence, resistance, or intimidation to decide whether a criminal sexual act occurred. The new bill defines consent as explicit expression of a person's will, making it clear that silence or passivity does not equal consent. This doesn't sound like it. The change from today. Am I just really misremembering this? When was this article? This was 2022. I think it might have been before that. Bro. They could change the sentences. 2023. Close loophole on sexual consent law. Tuesday to amend the law that will intended to protect. Okay, so it sounds like I'm getting closer. Spanish rules, Socialist Party deepen a rift for junior coalition, blah, 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 seeking to close a loophole in new social law that convicted rapists have used to reduce the sins of when early releases. The Only Yes is Yes law, which arose, centered on consent and was meant to resolve cases where defendants were convicted of the lesser crime of sexual abuse because victims did not resist out of fear. Where defendants were convicted of the lesser crime of sexual abuse because victims did not resist out of fear. But because the new law carries a lower minimum sentence, the result of merging the crimes of sexual aggression, it was allowed some perpetrators convicted before it took effect to successfully seek reduced sentences or early releases. Several blah 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 move. It argues that changes would dilute the definition. Oh, this is not what I remember reading. I swear, did I just make it up? The law known as Only Yes is like or the lack thereof, the key component in cases of alleged sexual assault, but it also revised the minimum and maximum prison terms, a move which has opened the door for judges shaving months or even years off convictions of rapists or abusers on appeal. For the first time since the country law entered into force almost 4 months ago, the coalition government socialists, blah blah blah. The law on sexual freedom has had an unwanted consequence, the reduction of sentence in some cases. This is a technical question that does not reflect the will of the executive, and those unwanted effects, of course, we are going to correct them. Since the law took effect, 300 convictions have had their sentences shortened, and at least 30 who would have been near the end of the sentence have been released from prison. And which place? Well, but I'm confused. Like, if the new law has like, you know, different minimums and stuff like that, then like if the case had happened when that law was already in effect, it just sounds like that just would have been the timeline. Why were you if you're going to be upset, you be upset at whatever the minimums and maximums are in the new law then. Okay. Spain, I guess at the sexual consent law can rescind afterward. Or is it revoke? Is it revoke? I'm gonna find this because I remember clearly revoke. Yes, Jesus. Okay. Can I get results with just the word revoke? Jesus Christ, bro. Amending consent law. Revoke the consent time because it's Okay, I think I'll just Spanish sexual consent law. Maybe so maybe it's just no longer the case. Block. This refers to okay. The common name for the law, Ley del Solo CSC, CSC, yes means yes, refers to changes from the previous law. Defendants have to prove the sexual consent of the complainant. Sexual con without consent is treated as aggression sexual, whether or not there was violence, intimidation. I get that. Okay, maybe if I guess I just have to read the law. I'm going to have to read the law. In Spain, sexual crimes can be categorized into sexual abuse without penetration, sexual abuse with penetration, sexual abusers refers to unconsensual sexual activity. Then we have sexual assault with penetration. The assault takes place when the unconsented sexual activity. So unconsented sex always is a crime in Spain. What is changing in that situation that were sexual abuse are now going to be considered sexual assault. The penalties. So what am I missing? What else would non-consensual sex be if not rape? It's being not classified as rape before. About renaming sexual assault, which is already defined as rape, or in other words, about redefining to include any form of not just that involving coercion or violence. Oh, so I guess they just had like specific elements for it. Okay, I mean I get it. In which a man accuses a man of that, the man will be guilty until proven innocent. And I'm sure. Oh, that's where I read it from. Okay. No. So I was right on the money. It's just the interpretations. I'm reading all of the PG interpretations, right? Because I just read it from the other one that just said that that the person has to prove that it was consensual. Right. Okay, now I'm back at it. All right, see, I've been away from doing this for so long that it just clicked onto me. Yeah. So the way the law worked is that like we was reading, right? And I'm gonna try and actually get the actual law so we don't misrepresent it. But basically, right? See, the only yes means yes thing, right? Where the stuff is only lawfully consensual so long as the person explicitly said yes. They had to have said yes. The issue was, I remember reading this. The issue is that now, right, it's on the defendant to prove that the person said yes, right? So short of, sure, it would have to be a video, right? Because you can't, you say like the writing was under duress or something, but like at least if it's on a recording, well, that's what I'm saying. That even that is like I don't know, right? But basically, right, is that you now at the issue where like if that person was to like a day later be like rescind, basically rescind their like consent and be like no, like it wasn't, I didn't say yes, right? Then it's up to you to prove it, right? And even though like there's no no force of entry anywhere, there's no bruises, no marks, like everything, because it was all of it was like obviously consensual, right? Um, it don't you're kind of out of luck. I don't. I remember reading it. I remember reading it. I remember reading the article. Now that was like that was pointing that out. I don't know. I don't know. Like, what do you do for that? A key determinant in an SA cases, freeing victims of having to prove that violence and intimidation can be used. The bill seeks to tackle the nebulous definition. The new bill defines consent as an explicit expression of a person's will, making it clear that silence or passivity does not equal consent. So, you could just imagine the scenario, right? You're just in a club, or serenading somebody, or however it is you want to put it, right? And if you know, even though you led them to your room or what, like that's a no go. All that's a no go. If they didn't say explicitly, and even then that's just a no go, because then what do you prove? What do you prove if they sit there and say the next day like no? Then like, well, what do you use to prove? I remember reading this. I do wonder, what are they doing? Obliging minors who sexual crimes to undergo sexual education. Oh, that's cool. Training to creating a network of 24-hour crisis centers traces its roots to the furor sparked by the reading about that in Pamplona in 2016. Found but not as a victim wasn't deemed to have objected to what was happening. Sentences prompted. Uh, it's kind of crazy. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it, but yeah, I don't know. I would love to be able to like ask somebody like how is this like what are the cases looking like now after that law? Like what are people using to like the prove themselves, or is it all just like which I doubt. Well, I mean, cultures are different, I guess, right? But just like wonder like if it's just all just like now it's just all explicitly just actual real cases or some other people getting wrapped up in that. Um, yeah. Okay. Well, that was good. Yeah, I knew I wasn't crazy. I was like, Brav, I knew I wasn't crazy. Whoa. Oh. I mean, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's like if you're gonna acknowledge that, you should at least acknowledge, right, that the opposite side could be true. And right now, as much as I do not like her, well, let me take that back. It's not that I don't like her. It's just like sometimes some of her takes are just like kind of crazy. But like, I mean, that Candace Owens is like explicitly saying that very well they could be legitimate crime, legitimate all this stuff, and just don't know until you get until you just look at the facts of the case. But it's just like at the end of the day, like it's just like the actual like you know important facts of what actually happened needs to be the only thing that's just considered. None of the extra stuff, which that's how courts has always been. As far as like when they start adding extra stuff to kind of like try to prove that like you have the type of personality or the motive that you would have likely have been the kind of person to commit a crime like this. It's like stuff like that to convince the jury that yeah, he probably did it. That he fits the MO or the persona to do such a thing. Yeah, man. So so to finish that off, right? So I'm hoping that the other girl is saying the there saying that yeah, she's like inclined to believe woman. If you're going to question Candace's like potential biases, then you should. I'm hoping you're doing that with reflection of your own, right? Because then obviously, like you could be hoeing, you could literally be hoeing people, with your own bias. So And I think like what I think they there was like a famous quote from like I don't know whatever like very old American person that was like would rather or I'm gonna fudge the numbers here, but would rather let rather let like five guilty people go free than to have like one innocent person like get the business, get caught up. Mm. I was gonna say not being able to describe somebody's thing is like kind of crazy, but if it's like, but obviously yeah, like if it's something like really egregious, like I'm thinking back to like what was it like Trump and like what was that porn star name like Stormy Daniels when she was sitting there just like describing it as like I don't know like it was like some short mushroom thing or something like I'm sorry. Um, it's just it's like, I mean, I guess, right? But if it was something explicit like that, like like he had like it was something like clearly distinguishable as like I like like he has no balls, right? So like it's like so much so like they even like removed the sack, so it's just like, a thing, right? And it's not like public knowledge. Um, then yeah, like something like that would most certainly like count for sure, right? Or maybe like he has like some like whatever what do they call that thing where like it's like an extreme curve. I think that there's a medical condition I think for that as well. And you just got just like whatever you can think of that right where it's like all right like you most certainly like you should be able to describe this that you would have like noticed it in most circumstances, right? I ain't gonna say all, right? But yeah, I guess that would kind of make sense. And you look like you are giving me some. They instructed her to look at how she's crying. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's the things that you pick up where it's like she's got to be like fudging this something crazy. Harvey Weinstein stuff does not interest me enough to like want to sit there and like look into his case or whatever. But it's just stuff that you hear that you're like that like either she's like really gassing and boosting it or just completely lying, right? It's only one of those two things because it sounds way too outrageous to just be like legit. It just does. I'm sorry. Like the instructed them because of just look at how she's crying, like Ain't no way. There's just is no way. Oh, am I out of titanium? Oh, that's not good. I'm like, why is it not building nothing? Oh, shoot. Why the hell do I not have any titanium? Lock. Backspace. Q. Q. Mm. God, why does he not have chapters? The Taylor Swift thing is a little, but I do want to catch up, see what's going on with. What? Oh, because I'm not haven't pressed. Jeez. Coal, sand, and silicon. Coal and sand. Hmm. Hmm. See, there we go. See, there we go. See, there go that there go that shit that you're just losing at, right? Because it's like some stuff. There's some stuff she could sit there, she could sound okay with, but then there's just other shit that you're like breath, like why? Why will you go so far out your way to just die on these types of hills? Right? About the French president's wife being a man. Like these people are so infatuated with women with just women of people that they don't like being men. The amount of times they call Michelle Michael, from Obama's wife. Uh, it's just I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I don't understand like what's the like what do you hope to gain out of that? Do you know like how crazy? And then the thing is too, and I remember us looking like a little bit into it, not doing a deep dive, but I'm like bro, she has children. Like you can't sit me because like what happens then? What happens if a DNA test just sits there and proves that they're both the parents, right? You're not gonna sit there and tell me like you know what? I'm sorry, it's conspiracy people. Why am I sitting there like acting like we don't know what they're gonna say? They're just gonna sit there and just be like, oh, they just use the thing where what's the science where you could take the male sperm and you can actually, or the gamete or whatever, and you could actually convert it into an egg, or it's actually a different cell, like I don't want to say it's a stem cells, I forgot what the hell the cell's called, gamete or something, like where like you could take it, you could turn it either into a sperm or an egg, right? And then you could sit there and you could bind it, so it's actually possible for you to get the genetic material for both males or both females, right, to sit there and produce a child. And that's obviously what's going on. I mean, she's a French president, right? So like obviously he had the money and the connection. It's just wow. Meanwhile, right? But meanwhile, right? We're sitting there and you're acknowledging that, oh yeah, like there was the whole teacher relationship thing where like she was, she was the teacher and he was like 16, but I think the way she tells it, she's gonna tell it like he was 13 or just a year under like the whatever is like the legal age legal consent thing for the laws over there in France, right? So then, because then that also means that means the school could have the school, somebody from the school could have sat there, came out and said that she was actually a man or whatever, or maybe she's just like, or maybe she's just like a really she was a trans before trans was really a thing. It's just there's so many like just bullshit ways that I'm sure you could do. People try to oh god, people would try to like sit there and like just like split it. I can't. I just can't. And as I'm saying, right? Like you sit there, you listen to her, and they're like, she makes it. She presents herself as like being like where it sounds good, but then like you come across like all it just takes is for you to just come across one or two like crazy takes. So it's like, bro, like there's like so many different ways this could be proven like false, or what you're trying to convince me. Or when you're sitting there, you're presenting me something, and you're like, and you're misinterpreting, or you're like you're being like dubious, devious. I don't want to use those words. When you're purposely misleading me on like the characterization of it, like that's when you start to like, that's where I feel like you just start to like lose me, or to just lose people in general, right? Because I would like to hope people like actually sit there and try to like pay attention to that kind of stuff. I think I do want to go like that, right? And what I'm going to do is, I'm a route here, and then I just need to reroute here, right? Yes, right, because I'm only going to do two for now. I just want to do two for now. Put this down here, and then we're just going to bypass here, yes. Oh, and bypass here, so that way it doesn't like sneak down in there. And then we can get some sand, right? Because I got coal, so coal is definitely going. I think just the regular drills would be good enough. Oh, yeah, regular drill. Just do this real quick and get back to playing video. I like that you're joking about, but at the end of the day, you gotta think about like the person that's on the other receiving end of that, right? Especially if it's something that's just absolutely not true. Like it's just like like you're sitting there and you're spreading something that's just like so like damaging and hurtful, like for it to be not true, you know? Because like I said, because at the end of the day, like I guess it, I know I'm sitting there saying like it can easily be disproven, but I'm just trying to think like from an official France standpoint. What do you do? You're the president of a country, right? You're the not just any country too, right? You're like the top. I don't want to say what I like the big. I always want to say the big three, but like the big five, right? China is just like in their own bubble, so like they don't really matter. I would say Russia definitely being like a prominent one. Russia, France for sure. The UK, right? The United States, obviously. And Canada, and Mexico actually tend to like keep a low profile, so I don't really. Australia should be in that, but Australia is also like pretty low profile. Who's like the fifth country? Germany, Germany, and Germany just by right of like being damn near the reasons like both the two world wars started. Right? That's what I would kind of consider the big five. Not I would consider like the big five. Like you're one of like the big five, and it's like. And it's like, do I really? How much am I willing to like actually expend like my personal capital? And by personal capital, I'm talking about like position, political capital, um, or whatever, attention into this random ass person in the United States that's just sitting there, just like pushing these lies and stuff, right? Um, and then from a legal standpoint, I don't even know. I don't even know what kind of like jurisdiction you'd even. That's probably the reason why they sent like 100-page letter. She definitely can't go to can't go to France no more. You most certainly do. You do not show up in France. Like your ass will get got for sure. But outside of that, like I don't know. I don't know if a foreign national like really has any jurisdiction. I have to give it a quick Google. I don't even know what a foreign national's recourse would be. Can a foreign person sue? Can a foreign national sue in the United States? Yes, non-citizens including the right to sue in U.S. courts. The right is supported by the Constitution and federal law, which grants everyone access to the legal system. However, non-citizens may face practical challenges and legal issues that complicate the ability to pursue lawsuits, such as this is what I was talking about. It was jurisdictional issues, or they need to meet specific legal requirements. That's what I'm saying. Like, I guess technically, like, but like, you're going to have like a huge issue, right? Because I'm just trying to think like some of the things like what defamation. Okay, well, you got to prove that there was like monetary harm. I'm trying to think, and I don't even know if that's even. I mean, they're the president of another country, so it's like I don't know. I'm sitting here. I'm trying to wrap my mind around what could the French president allege that would actually stand in court in the United States with respect to jurisdiction and all of the legal requirements on needing to prove something as far as like damages, right? That he could actually bring into the US court system. I don't think he I just don't see it. I just do not see anything. He'll damn sure not allow you to enter the country. Like I said, the any type of visa thing that shit's gone. Like I wouldn't even feel comfortable. I wouldn't even feel comfortable like the layovers or the when you gotta like jump through multiple countries and whatnot to get to your destination. I wouldn't even feel comfortable with that. I can, but really, and that's the thing. Like she's sitting there. And that's what I'm saying. Like that's just one of the things that you catch these people like just speaking on where like, yes, if there was something you was legitimately doing wrong and they have the means of like being able to like slam dunk you legally, right, then that's what they would have did. She's trying to sit there and say that the fact that they're not doing that is proof that they don't have anything, and that's just not the case, right? Because I'm just pretty sure there's just like there's the burden has to be so incredibly high. I can't imagine for a foreign national how you would possibly clear some of like the most basic requirements in the court system, right? Like damages where like what did you I mean, like as a president, like you're being paid. I mean, like if you got like other private companies, like maybe, right? Now here's the thing, right? Maybe like if he owned a company in the U.S. and but see that would be dubious, right? Because like the stuff like that is typically a no go in the U.S. to begin with respect to like a foreign foreign entity like having direct ownership of like a foreign head having like direct ownership of like some company or whatever, and then trying to sue people in the US. Like the federal government will not allow that at all and shut that shit down real quick. I'm just sitting there trying to think like what court system do you go to sue? How do you prove that it belongs in that court, in that state court and not somewhere else? Right? Because you have to have some type of entity to begin with in order to like to be able to sue in that country. I mean, sue in that state. Otherwise, you have to take it in the federal court. But then, like, how do you do that? I don't know. I'm not obviously not a lawyer, so I don't know. But like, there's obvious challenges that I think is a little bit it's a little bit unfair to sit there and say that because just because they haven't like brought the legal hammer down to you is because they don't have anything. I just think that just legally speaking, like a foreign national, the head of state, the head of like some other country alone probably doesn't have meet the legal requirements to be able to do so. But let your ass show up in France and he'll show you something. Or they'll show you something for sure. I didn't even get a chance to even get that silicon because I need to get that silicon to start going to the house. Cool. Okay. Okay, yeah, I need to get my silicone now. Where is my silicone? I need my silicone. Okay, cool. Share my pauses. Oh yeah, let's pull back up the video. Oh yeah, I remember this argument. Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Just so you guys know, right? The age gap between the French president and his wife is massive. Okay, so and I'm talking like minimum to like 20 years at least. I think it's probably more than it might be 30. It might be 30. So just imagine they're already like fairly old with respect to being like head leaders or whatever, right? So I want you to just imagine for a moment 30 years ago, like what is it? It's 2025, right? You like even then, right? Even if you 30 going back 30 years from now, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't even know like what do we even have like do we have smartphones like that? 30 no, I don't think so, right? Because wasn't like the first smartphone like in like oh 06, 05, right? Like first off, first, you know what? Let's not even do smartphone. Let's just do a camera phone. First camera phone. 1999. That was 1999, right? 19 right? Because this is what I'm talking about. See, like this is like the stuff I'm talking about that's like so misleading. Okay, 1999 is like the first camera phone. Okay, so we're going it just 30 years from just 30 years from right now. You don't even have a camera phone, okay? Which would you could say would be like the most accessible means of taking a photo. Otherwise, you're carrying an actual, probably the old school the things with the little the negative film, right? To just shoot at the thing that you gotta like wave or leave in the dark because you like touch it, it'll jack it up, right? Right? You have camera accessibility issues going far back. And remember, I'm just picking 30 years from right now. We don't even know like what their actual age is, which we're about to pull up in a second. But right, you're talking about accessibility for camera. You're talking about like properly maintaining said items for a long time, because like there's been plenty of obviously you hear plenty of stories of people's stuff getting burnt down, getting lost or whatever and stuff, right? Getting torn or whatever accident and whatnot, because like old documents like that you just don't get to preserve those like just without no issue. What is all right? French president French president age. I remember we was looking this up. He's 47 years old. Hold on. 47 years old, right? So he was born in 1977. All right, that's already old. Okay, with respect to technology, okay, that's pretty damn old. All right, you're not gonna have much back then. You are not. I don't even know if my mom has any media of her as a child. I don't think so. I just don't, right? Brigitte Macron, who is that? First Lady of France. Okay, yeah. So Brigitte Macron, her age, was right, 30 years. 72. 72. The woman was born not too far from fucking World War II. And you're gonna bash her because she doesn't have no goddamn photos of her stuff when she was a child? Get the hell out of it. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's stuff like that that's so easily you just look at it and you're just like, this is what you're gonna use to just prove that she's not that she's a man? Some stupid like BS like this? Like it's crazy. It's just crazy. But that's what I was saying. I was like that, and I remember looking this up. Like that age gap is something serious. Right? She's 72 and he's 47. You know what I'm saying? You're approaching 30 years. I mean, okay, really it's like 26, but we're gonna round up. I mean, it's after the 5, right? So we're gonna round up to 30. Okay, you're talking about approaching 30 years in age gap, and these mofos are already old. Like, I'm sorry, like it's just like it's just so crazy. That's just so crazy.
And we go through that. People who have worked for him that just keep getting arrested for child pedophilia, it's insane. There's way too many people. It's like, how many of your homies can be pedophiles before it gets weird? And we go through every Elysee Palace scandal regarding pedophilia that's happened since he's been in office. Something's not right there. Macron was 14 years old. Brigitte was 40. Okay, just falling in love as a 40-year-old woman with a 14-year-old. Have you ever seen a 14-year-old boy? I mean, it's like right off the bat, something's not right. Even if she was a woman, there'd be something weird here. And so if we are going to be too scared to have these conversations, I believe our children will inherit our.
And let me be clear, because while I'm actually fixing, because I gotta fix something on the stream thing. This is just like the result of like I had like rebuilt my computer. I was on Windows 10, and before I upgraded it to Windows 11, and then did a wipe to like rebuild everything from scratch just to make sure everything's cool. So I'm just fixing something real quick that I'm noticing is like incorrect, or a couple of things actually. I might as well, but like first and foremost, he wasn't 14, right? I believe. I wish I would have remembered the exact. I believe he was 16, right? Because I was like, what did we start off with? We started off with like the age of consent, right? France. Oops. France. Baby, come on. Right? It was France age of consent, right? France age of consent, right? 15, right? That's what I was talking about, right? Notice, right? And I remember this distinctly. I was like, notice that, like, it's exactly 1 year. Brian, hey, what's going on? I was gonna say some gay shit, but like, nah. What's up, buddy? Hey, what's going on? It's good to hear from you, man. I'm just like I'm just trying to just get some things fixed up. We are almost good with everything being where it is. Not quite there quite yet, but we're getting there. We are getting there. Let me put this back. I hope you've been doing all right. Hope nothing crazy's been going on. All right, let me go back to like finishing this here. All right, but just remember, right? Like she always says, it's 14 years. Notice like it's 1 year, 1 year under the actual legal age that France has for age of consent was like the first thing that like kind of tipped me off. I was just like, that's kind of weird. And this is exactly just 1 year. It's like a bit odd. And then I sat there, look on it, and he wasn't actually 14. Like he was like, I think he was 16. I'm pretty sure he was 16 at the very least, a bare minimum 15, but I'm pretty sure he was 16 was the first thing, like when he actually met the woman. And then the way like it was actually like told as far as like the articles that I was pulling up, right? And the things that he was saying, like he like hands down was pursuing her like crazy. Like he sat there and told her that, you know, he was gonna make her his wife at that age. So bro, my chats are delayed on Twitch. Oh, I'm glad to see you are now on the YouTube. I'm working on it. I have to figure out, because I think my GPUs on my server are getting overloaded. So it's yeah. YouTube is definitely going to be faster because YouTube's is like the first one up on getting my stream, and then like the conversions I'm doing in order to then downscale it to like the other channels are what's going on. Because YouTube should be getting 4K, right? Because I am streaming in 4K for the horizontal. The vertical one is like 1440. I think that's all I can muster right now. But if I get me a 5090, then we'll be good. I'll be good. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, like the French president was like, I believe he was actually 16 when he met her in school. He made clear to her, because I guess he fell in love. I mean, he fell in love. I mean, you know, you can't help who you fall in love with. And he was like, he's gonna make her his wife. And I think she was married at the time, so it's like, yeah, we can't do this. And then like just like over time, like long story short, like after she got divorced or whatever, then she was just like, yeah, like okay, and then they got married. I mean, like, you know, it's you know, I mean, you could have your opinions of like, you know, like how stuff goes, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like she was pursuing him. Like I think he made it clear that he was the one that was like after her as she was married. So, you know, I mean, it is what it is. All right, let me see if this works now. Sorry, I'm trying to. Can I? And then if it goes, does it go back? Okay, cool. So it goes back. So that's the first thing. That's what I wanted first. Now the next thing I want is for this to come over here, right? I think I told myself I want it right here, and right, get that transform, and then all I just need is for it to actually, just need it to actually then. Come on. Okay, yeah. So all that's moving just fine. Let me see. I'm moving to France. You are crazy. I don't know why you would want to go to France uh when it's just a bunch of just weirdos over there, you know. But I just say with with respect to like their personalities and behaviors. I don't know. French people just be kind of like just OD crazy sometimes. From what I read, right? I'm just like just being casually like playful with this. I don't mean it seriously, okay? I don't want no French people to like to think I want the smoke. I do not want the smoke with any French, with any of the French, all right? I'm joking. I just gotta figure out how the hell do I do this filter? How do I do? Oh, the Nvidia. Oh, that's right. I don't have the Nvidia thing no more. I'm using the AMD GPU. Does AMD even have a plugin for like green screening something? I don't know. Um, damn. I I don't know. I actually do not know. Let me look at the filters real quick. Is it wrong if you're, let's say, 35 going after 18-year-olds? Um, I mean, if that's all you're explicitly targeting, it can be a bit it can be a bit weird. But I mean, at the end of the day, like if you're just, I mean, if you two are genuine or on your feelings for each other, and there's no foul play, there's no coercion, no manipulation, which is going to be hard because from a general public's point of view, right? They're going to assume that the 35-year-old is using their years of experience and expertise to manipulate the 18-year-old. That's always the thing you got to worry about. So you know, I personally, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with it. If you're being like, if everything's being legit, genuine on both sides, but that's just the only thing you just have to deal with. You just have to deal with just the public thing. I mean, shit, you know, the French president did it. The French, well, but again, right? You know, it's probably easier, right? And then you have the whole sexism thing, right? Because obviously, if it was a woman doing it, it'd be kind of weird, but it wouldn't be as bad per se. But like the best case scenario is that the 18-year-old is a male and he's pursuing the 35-year-old woman, right? That's the best case scenario, right? Underneath that, you got the woman who's 35 pursuing the 18-year-old, which is like, right? That's when they start getting crazy. And then if it's a man who's 35 pursuing the woman, right, who's 18, then it's like it gets heavily frowned on. So I don't know. You just kind of have to do that. Well, it's like that red pill conversation on age of consent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, you know, age of consent is age of consent. I mean, it is what it is. And, you know, 18-year-olds is what it is. Where's my brush? There it is. Gotta fix. Next week, all of this is gone. I would have like cut most of this off. I would have cut my hair, right? And I can't wait because it's been so many months we've been like doing this stuff. The French president's my idol. That is crazy. Well, not really, but let me see. I'm trying to see. I might have to look for this another time because I just don't know. I just don't know if I might have to get a generic plugin. Yeah, I just have to get a generic plug for the time being. There's nothing I'll be able to do about it. Okay, so this just, along with fixing up the Twitch thing, that's just a tomorrow thing. I'll have to, like, when I get off of work, I'll have to, like, play around with this and figure out if I can fix it. I'm going to move to France 100%. Yeah, okay. You go right ahead. You know, with the way things are going, you know, if the Russians start making their move, you know, France is going to be one of the first countries to be under siege. France and the UK. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, well, it's Germany. Germany will really be the first one to kind of like get hit. Poland doesn't count, right? Because Poland's so small. I mean, they'll definitely kick the Russians' teeth in a little bit, but they're still small. They don't count. Major country would definitely be Germany first, then France. Those tariffs are on pause. That shit ruined the stock market. Um, yeah, I'm like half and half between being convinced that it's more of like insider trading, because now that he's like made it clear that any crimes that his people commit, they're not gonna get prosecuted. I feel like he's probably really doing that to make people get rich real quick. Because you gotta think, imagine if you knew ahead of time that, well, first off, that you're friends with the president, so you know his Justice Department isn't going to investigate you or anything like that, right? So now white collar crimes, you're totally safe from. Now just imagine if you knew the president was going to like do this bullshit with tariffs, you could literally dump all your stock, right? And if you want to be really smart about it, you want to do it 31 days prior, right? So 31 days before, you dump the stock, right? Because that's probably the highest you're going to be able to get it or qualify the tax write-offs from like any of the losses stuff to keep it from being a wash sale in case if it's low. But you sell the stock, he does the bullshit with the tariffs, everything collapse, then you buy the shit, right? Then he brings it back up. Then you know he's gonna do it again. So like once it gets up and you get worried that he's about to do the shit again, but nobody else knows, you just sell the shit, right? When it's up there and you wait for it to collapse, and you do that like multiple times over, bro. You're literally like 100, like a minimum of one, like what is it, like 3-4xing whatever money you have in your account at that time. You could literally, like if you had $100,000, you could literally bring yourself up to $500,000 in a span of like what, 3 months. It's crazy. But like, what about the legal immigrant that got shipped to El Salvador and now it's going to the Supreme Court? I think he might be a bit behind on that. This shit's already been through the Supreme Court. They already told him that he can ship people, but they still have to get due process. So now, and they made it very clear that he needs to get them back. I don't know what's going to happen with that. They're going to delay. I'm sure they're probably going to delay and like wait that out. But like, there's only so much that the lower court's going to sit there and play with before they potentially have a contempt hearing. It's the contempt hearing that's where like things are going to get kind of crazy. But the Supreme Court already made it clear that he can deport people, sure, but he has to allow due process, right? Because everybody was saying that they're not citizens, so they're not allowed due process. The Supreme Court said, "F you, you get due process," and then they also made clear that he comes back. Like, you need to make an effort to bring him back from his foreign prison. I don't know what they're going to. I don't know. I don't know what the lower federal courts can do. Right, because what's going to happen is they're going to sit there, they're going to play with them until he's like, all right, I'm going to like file a contempt hearing or whatever, and then at that point they either maybe bring them back, or they'll sit there and maybe argue that they just physically can't because he's he's under the custody of a foreign nation. At the end of the day, if the foreign government doesn't want to like release somebody, you can't there's nothing you can do about it. Just think of like all the times where like, Russia has locked up some US citizen or whatever, right? Or that time where like North Korea, right, locked up that like one guy, stuff. Like, you can't, you're very limited on the options on compelling another nation to do anything, right? Once they leave US soil, I mean that's what it is. I feel like, and to be truly honest, I feel like if it was to ever come to that point, this will never happen. But the whole thing should go back up to the Supreme Court for them to just sit there and say that if this is going to be a problem where you're going to deport somebody without due process, then the whole thing needs to be halted, period, then, right? Until all the due process stuff is exhausted. But then that'd be a bit repetitive because they already told them that they have to go through the whole due process stuff, which I believe is what's happening in Texas right now with that one student, right? What's that one student? What is it, Columbia University or whatever? That what is it, right? That is being accused of like supporting Hamas or whatever, right? On protests or whatever it is. And the court system just said that, yeah, he can be deported, so they're going to appeal, so they can't deport him yet. So they're doing the whole court system thing. So I don't know. We'll see. At least that part shows that, it's working as intended. I just don't think they're going to get. I don't know. I don't know how legitimately they can bring the other guy back. I just don't think it's just feasible. It sounds crazy, but I mean it is what it is. Now if the judge sits there and he does a contempt hearing, that's going to get wild. That's going to get real wild. because even if he like finds somebody in contempt, that still requires the Justice Department to do something. And I don't know if the Justice Department is going to do. The Justice Department is definitely not going to do anything. So I just don't know. I just don't know. No. Should visa students be deported if they support a terrorist group? No, because at the end of the day, it's a free speech. Because on the one hand, right, clearly that's a free speech issue. So they most certainly shouldn't. But on the other hand, though, the problem, the thing I don't like is that the whole visa laws, because I don't know, like the visa laws are a bit really vague and ambiguous on like how the Secretary of State could like just decide that like they could just like revoke it, and I don't know how much of that you could challenge. Now luckily the way the law is written, like the Secretary of State has to show some kind of reason, which honestly I think is like, I think is like more restrictive than like other countries, because I don't think in other countries they have stuff like that. Because like I remember trying to pull up a handful, and like other countries, like if they just don't want you to just to be there, they can just revoke your visa with no questions asked. But I think in the U.S., outside of just a tourist visa, I think the other visas and stuff, like there has to be like an actual legitimate reason. Like he has to show some reason for it that actually like I guess holds muster. But I didn't like dive deep into the law and stuff. That one's gonna be a bit tough, because I think I with the way like the court system kind of is, I'm going to lean towards that they're probably going to be able to do it anyway. It is what it is. But it's just crazy, because I don't know if you saw that I had caught snippets of the Tim Pool. There was that Tim Pool video where he had the two lawyer guys, one of them that was like from like Destiny, that used to like hang with Destiny a lot. And then they was just sitting there just hashing out about like about like those like relevant passages in the law that said the Secretary of State can like technically do this thing. But like the way it's written is just that like, like technically if the administration was to completely flip and then turn on Israel, right? Or sit there and like think of like that one attack that that Israel just did on like the ambulances that came up close to like the border or whatever, and they like kind of like basically murked all those people and then tried to lie about it until the video came out. Imagine like in that moment if they were just now all of a sudden like the president's like, you know what, I'm gonna designate them as a terrorist group, right? Which he has the authority to do so, and he designates the IDF as a terrorist group. So now like what? Now like any Jewish person that's sitting there that supports the IDF, supports Israel, are they supporting a terrorist group? Technically they are, right? Because they're designated as a terrorist group. So now at that point the Secretary of State could do it, right? But that scenario just sounds so crazy to the people that are a bit bad faith in trying to translate that to Hamas, because at the end of the day Hamas is the legitimate government of Gaza, or the Palestinians, right? And they are designated as a terrorist group because of the actions and stuff that they do take, right? It's literally the same thing. So I don't know. Yeah, Pisco. Yeah, Pisco was the one, right? And that one I didn't get to watch the whole thing. I do want to watch it at some point, but maybe, I don't know, because like it probably get a little bit too advanced for me. Maybe, I don't know. But it's like, but like I said, it's like literally the same thing, and it's like the way the laws is written, and that's just my general beef with like U.S. laws to begin with, just like the Constitution, right? Like all of these laws and stuff were written with the assumption that the people in these positions would not be batshit crazy, or would not be uncheckable by some other entity, right? And clearly, like with Trump 2.0, as they call it, right? Like all of that's just out the window, right? You got the mofo that sit there that's using Signal the chat war plans, and then lies to you to face to say that they're not war plans, or they're not classified with like what you call it, like the lady that's like really friendly with Russia for whatever reason. I can't remember her name, but has like the grayish like strand of hair or whatever, right? It's to say, oh, there's no classified information, and it's all word salad, right? Because like technically technically, you could maybe say that they might not have actually had any classified information in there from a technicality term with respect that the information wasn't pre-designated classified. However, right, with the military, there is another category called I think it's CUC or CUCLU, something like that. But it's basically like classified, unclassified information. I think it's CUI. That's what it is. A CUI, classified, unclassified information, meaning like information that's like it's not classified, but it's not just for. It's just not. It's not for free distribution either, right? You can't just take information that has yet to be classified and just like put it freaking wherever, right? But most people wouldn't know that unless you was there to ask, because I bet you if anybody there in Carcass, I asked her, okay, if it wasn't classified, was it classified, unclassified information? That's where she'd get tripped up, because there's still rules and regulations on that. But like I said, most people wouldn't know. So I mean, just it is what it is. Hypothetically, if I'm gay and Jewish and it's wrong to not have any sympathy towards Palestinians because they support Jews and hypothetically, if I'm gay and Jewish, is it wrong to not have any sympathy if I'm gay and Jewish? If you're gay and Jewish, is it wrong to not have any sympathy towards Palestinians because they support Jews and gays? Gazing? I don't know this. I'm gonna lean with no, but I don't know what the last part means, because Palestinians support Jews. Is not have any sympathy towards Palestinians because they support Jews and gays. If I'm gay and Jews, is it wrong to not have sympathy towards Palestinians? So like they support you. I'm dying. Oh, they support Jews and gays dying. Oh, no. I mean, it's a. I wouldn't see why it'd be a bad thing, because at the end of the day, you know, if you fit those things, right? If you show up there, you're going to get killed. So it would be natural for you to have whatever type of negative kind of negative perception towards them. So like I wouldn't think it's a problem. Okay, cool. Let me see what we got. We have. Okay, cool. I'm finally getting my silicone. Was there any other resources I need, right? I already have graphite. I already have silicone. What does the killing do? Metaglass. Oh, we most certainly need to be making metaglass. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We're about to start the video back up because I already fixed what I could on OBS. I have to play around with that like a little bit more. Real quick, what the hell is metaglass? What do I need? I need lead and sand. I need lead and sand. First off, do I even have enough power? I feel like I might be. No, it looked like I might actually. Okay, so I think after this next wave, I think we'll start making metaglass. All right, let's get the video.
Cowardice. You can't allow people like that to be in positions of power. That's very scary. Emmanuel Macron is locking up journalists right now. That's very scary. He's not locking them up because they're lying. Like, lies you want because so you can mock them. Like, if someone said they were working on a series about how I never lived as a woman, I want them to publish it because then I could take them out. They would never have a platform, and I'd be like, here's my.
Meanwhile, Trump is suing somebody over a poll that they released that was saying that he was going to lose. It's crazy. Oh shoot! I actually got killed. Okay, cool. They died. Let me just check the damages.
Yearbook from 98, 97, 98, 99, 99. Talked to all my classmates. There's nothing. They locked down the yearbooks. You're not allowed to get them. Journalists won in court for them to release the yearbooks. They wouldn't release them. It's a crazy story of what's happening in France. France has always been a little freaky, a little weird. France has always been a bit...
But also as a compassionate human being, if what you say and others think is true, and Mrs. Macron identifies as Mrs. and she wants to be a woman, I mean, she's not in a swim race. Why do we have to out her?
Well, first off, she would be, the implications of lying about that are significant when you're in office, obviously. You get to inform policy. And she has put people on, like, she has been in control of his entire cabinet, and she has put people in power that are problematic, as I said to you, as you start to unpack the entire nebula of people that keep getting into trouble. I mean, down to like the paintings that they put in their office. They had to remove a rug because the person who like she brought in to redesign the office, oh, oopsies, hangs out with little kids and teddy bears, and it turned out that people came forward and said they were molested by him. It was just it just can't keep happening with every single person that you surround yourself with. So that makes the story bigger because she has real influence. Also, it would even something that you want to know, because when someone gets up and says, I'm a conservative Catholic, and I'm running for president with my conservative Catholic wife, as he did, right? And then you find out, wait, your wife's transgendered. Wouldn't that conflict with your values? Are you actually a conservative Catholic? What do you actually believe in? So actually that, I guess you could say that standard of privacy is removed when you run from office. Actually, you have to be honest and say, I'm married to my transgender. I believe in transgendered rights. I believe that the statutory rape age should be removed, whatever it is. And if people want to vote for that in France, have at it. That's totally fine. We're not telling you can't support a person who's transgendered and running for office. The people who are transgender can run for office. They do. We have people in Congress that are transgendered. They didn't lie about their identity. They said, I'm transgender and I'm running. And in whatever county, people said that's fine and they voted. I'm not doing a series on that. It's not my business. It's.
Did you do a series on Snow White?
I did not do a series on Snow White. Why? What did Snow White do? The movie that
controversial.
God, that movie was just like, she just couldn't stop.
She needs.
Can I ask you though? I saw the movie with my daughter because my daughter wanted to go. Maybe I don't remember Snow White. It seemed like Snow White. I know there's controversy with the actress and her everything that she said leading up to it in her press tour. To me, the movie seemed like Snow White. Am I wrong?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I do know the reason I didn't see it was because, honestly, I didn't even find it problematic. I actually thought it was cool when I found out that her and Gal Gadot, who have totally different perspectives, Israel and Palestine, were doing a movie together. I actually thought that was cool because in their personal capacity, I don't have an issue with actors and actresses saying what their political beliefs are. There are people, right? She's allowed to say I'm Palestine. She's allowed to say I serve the IDF. I love Israel. Totally not problematic. Even better if you can be professional and work together and produce a movie. She tripped into something else when she published that she wished harm on every single person that voted for Donald Trump. Okay, that's different, right? Gal Gadot did not do that. Gal Gadot did not say, I wish harm on every single person. She tripped into just being insane. And there was no way. It's like, okay, well, you do realize that the majority of the country voted for him. It happens to be the side of the country that like really believes in big families, right? And probably has the most kids that would want to go see Snow White. And then even the people who didn't have big families.
What was his margin? Wasn't it like 47? I'm pretty sure it was like 47%. Wasn't it like 47% or 49%? Percentage of voters that voted for Trump. 2024 elections. What they look. Here's a recap of how Americans voted. Let's see. In the state cap, blah blah blah. The results was what everyone expected. With the selection of no one expects the certification vote to be disrupted on January 6th. It was in 2021. Here's a recap how the vote went. 312. Yeah, because also all of the all of the big ones here. What's the percentage though? Popular vote. Trump won 49%. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, 49%, right? He got 49%, so not even like half. Almost half, but not quite half. Right? That is the second highest vote in total, trailing only 81,000 that Joe Biden won in 2020. Yeah, that was just the big thing, right? If the same amount of people had showed out and voted like they did, I remember that being explicitly stated that Harris would have won, but people just wasn't showing out the vote. And so, I mean, just it is what it is. I'll tell you what, these midterm elections are going to be something crazy with Trump now back in office and being like incredibly unhinged, making sure only loyalists is in there. I don't know. I don't know what happens, right? I hope there's enough backbone in like these governors and stuff to sit there and like keep their their stuff like untouched by the federal government. But I mean, it is what it is. And I also don't know why. Well, I mean, I can kind of see why. I wish what the Democrats would sit there and do is sit there and like do the whole voter identification thing, but then just also then say that, first off, we're going to sue to prevent this from happening. But at the same time, we're going to enact voter ID laws in conjunction with making sure U.S. citizens have access to these IDs. It can't be this thing with like, oh, there's these documentations that these like, whatever subset of people for whatever reason are going to be like have a much harder time getting or whatever in order to be able to get the identification to vote. Why not then just like invest money to make that ish easier? You know what I'm saying? Like I just don't I don't understand, right? You build a system that sits there and like, you show up, you can mail your documents, right? Or really what you can do, well, that'd be a bit like, that could potentially be a bit fraudish, I guess, if you just try to do the whole thing online. But like, if there has got to be a much simpler, easier way. I mean, if you could renew your driver's license online, you should be able to get one initially online, right? Because I feel like if you just find a way to be able to just like verify yourself. As a matter of fact, I think really, you know what would probably be really good? If you could just show up, you don't need documents, but you could just verify who you are, right? You get your social security number, right? Whatever ID and stuff you happen to have on you at the time. And you sit there and, you do all that stuff at the DMV, and then they're like, okay, we have the service where if you don't have your documents, we can get them for you, right? And then we'll be able to mail you. Then we'll be able to mail them to you after we get them, verify that, everything matches and it is like who you say you are. And then they ship them documents to you along with your ID. I feel like that's doable. I do feel like that's doable, because at the end of the day, if you can get your driver's license renewed in the mail, I don't see why you can't initially get your driver's license initially in the mail, right? Especially if you do verifications in person at first, right? You verify, you got your utility bill, at least, right? You got a utility bill or something to prove like your address, right? And you have something to prove who you are that you can show up in person with, whether that's an old state ID or maybe you do have your social security card or something, right? There's gotta be, I haven't put too much thought into it, so I can't obviously come on any sense. I'm sure, like, if you just sit down and just think about it, I'm sure there's some easy way to sit there and make this whole ID thing just be super stupid easy, so that this issue can just go away, because that's just what they're gonna bring up. I promise you, next year, there's gonna be some real hell that's gonna break out with regards to these elections. It's so predictable. It's so predictable. And I just don't know. That's going to be a really dark time. That's going to be a really dark time, right? Because like, if they sit there and they actually, now, as unhinged as they are, I really do feel like they're going to try and like actually heavy hand manipulate those results if it comes out initially like not what they wanted, and try to sit there and throw out those throw out votes or whatever. That'd be crazy.
Families. Like, we grew up with this idea of Snow White, and she, when she was doing press, was like, we're shattering that idea. It's stupid. It's gone. So I was like, what market is left for you? You've pissed everybody off. And she just couldn't shut her mouth, or at least be more sensible in what she was saying. I think when you wish violence on people, or that they never know peace, I think is what she said. And I just think she fumbled it.
I think she stumbled.
Did you see the producer's sons?
I love that. Love that. Yeah. Good on him. It's like, my dad came to you and basically said, like, there's a bunch of people who have jobs and you're so selfish that you don't even realize that. It's like, you don't even realize that you're harming everyone who's working on this movie. People who have all different sorts of opinions. People who voted for Trump, voted for Biden, who love Israel, who love Palestine. You elected yourself the person who was going to speak for everyone, and their work then fumbled. That's a tremendous amount of selfishness.
Not to mention how you were crashing your own opportunity, which very few people get.
Right. Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's probably done, because, I mean, that's a lot of money to burn.
I want to show you a video of somebody in a gym, and I don't want to be controversial, but let me show you the one in the gym.
I do.
What?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to just start off by saying I don't know if it's my opinion, but I want to know what you think of this.
So when a client comes to us with an ask to launch an influencer marketing campaign, the process is pretty streamlined.
Young lady, here you can play it? Okay, yeah. Do you think those, and be honest with me, Candace.
I will always be honest with you.
Do you think she had her lips done? Do you think those are fake lips? Look closely.
That's what I thought you were going to ask me about the lips, because that's where it gets really crazy.
Do you think those are fake lips?
Is this really someone at the gym?
Where do you think? Your controversy is, well, I think she's at the phone booth.
No, but is this person in public?
I think it's actually.
What
is the context? No.
What?
I don't even know.
A restaurant?
I don't even know what
I don't know what
It
it
doesn't
is.
really matter.
It doesn't
We were
matter.
asking about your lips.
Her
Oh
lips.
my, yeah, that's right.
What about her lips?
I think she just did a little too much on the lips.
Well, I've got news for you, young lady. Those are natural.
No.
I'm telling you they are,
No.
and now we just got our clickbait for this episode. Candace Owens says her lips are fake. We'll put that picture up.
Oh, where do you find this stuff?
Oh, wow. This just in.
What is it?
Who knows?
You don't know. A YouTube plaque.
Oh my gosh, they never sent me one.
Don't you have like
And
4
I really-
million?
Yeah,
How many
I've
do you
never
have?
had one.
Oh, I have 100,000.
I really want that. Is it the 100,000?
You want your
one?
100,000?
Yeah.
You want it?
I just want to. No, I want one that says my name on it. I just feel like
It
that's
says my name on it.
That's a
Does it say
very
my name?
nice
Thank you.
metric.
Thank you.
YouTube, I know you're watching. I'm watching you give this stuff to Howie Mandel. You're not giving this to Candace. It's not nice.
Well,
Please send me
What
that.
a milestone. And I want to thank you, the viewers and the listeners, because without you, this wouldn't happen.
It wouldn't have happened.
You're a very interesting person.
I hope I'm interesting. That's what I try to be. I try to be interesting.
Yeah,
and I'm
a
also
little girl
not
from the New
immune.
York area.
Yeah, I love New York.
You love New York?
I love New York.
You should write that down. That could be like a
slogan?
or a
I
bumper
was born in New
sticker.
York, so I'm a New Yorker.
Not New York City.
No, I was born
Upstate.
outside. Yeah, I was Westchester, not upstate. Westchester, just outside.
Oh, Westchester.
Yeah.
Oh, so you come from money.
No, God, no.
Westchester, isn't
Please
that
don't put
is
that
that-
lie out there. No, my mom lived there, but not every place is nice. My mom's a high school dropout, so she got
Really?
pregnant. Yeah.
So is he.
Are you?
Yeah.
Power
I'm the
to
first
the
one to
people.
go to
Power
college.
to the people.
Yeah,
My family.
I got thrown out of. I didn't. She dropped out willingly.
Yeah,
I was
my
asked to leave.
mom got knocked up.
Yeah.
Wow. Is she still alive?
Yeah, she's
That's
alive.
great. And what does she think of everything that you're doing and saying? And
For my family, I've always been different, is what I would say. So they did not agree with me on the BLM stuff. They did not agree with me on supporting Trump. They did not agree with me on conservatism. And I have sisters. We're a year and a half apart. So older sister and younger sister. I'm in the middle. And they were, typical Connecticut blue politics. But the one thing that I think my sisters and I, in particular, always agreed on, we grew up with like a tremendous sense of humor. So it never impacted our relationship. So when I was really getting into Trump stuff, and I was like, I'm going to go to a rally, and I'd ask her, could you watch my cat? And my sister would be like, oh yeah, go to another Klansman rally. Say no worries, I'll watch your cat, no worries. Like we always just had a very good sense of like making fun of each other because that's how we grew up. We grew up, with no money, and we grew up with laughter. And it's a beautiful way to grow up and to not engage yourself so far like that you start viewing people as like your eternal enemy. So it was very healthy. Now
that hate is the fuel, though, that propels success and failure. There's no middle ground.
yeah, I don't know.
You don't think so? You don't think in?
I think people are tired of the hate. I think in 2016 it was a battle. I think with Trump just shocked everyone, whether you loved him or you hated him.
You don't think this was a battle this time?
No, I think people are a little exhausted with calling everybody racist, and it's just the name
Maybe
calling.
that.
I think we're all tired. I don't know personally. Do we have to keep do we get everybody is racist, sexist, homophobic, anti-Semitic? Can we all just agree as a nation and just call everybody everything and be done with it, so we can now go back to being normal and just maybe thinking that people have different perspectives and people.
A girl can dream.
A girl can dream. That's where I'm at. I'm just so bored. I'm so bored with the name calling. Can we just get out of middle school and have discussions? I remember when we could just have a discussion and disagree. Like, wow, why don't we just go? Okay, we don't agree. Like, that's it. We don't need to agree.
I found an easier way. I just had no friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang
So I
out
don't
with toddlers.
discuss. Pardon me?
Hang out with toddlers.
I did for years, and they grew up.
They grew up.
They
And then he
left. They
hired
moved
them.
out.
And then he hired them.
I
grow
hired
up.
you. This was your idea. She hired me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Wait till you're doing podcasts with your three boys and
It'll be
your
so fun.
daughter.
It'll be so fun.
Yeah, the Owens.
That's so great.
Yes.
The farmers.
Would you do a reality show?
Never.
Why not?
No, 'cause my life is insane.
It is now.
Would you ever put your kids on TV, on social media?
I'm gonna do that.
How old's your daughter?
My daughter's 2. My son is 4, and my younger son is a year and a half, and this one will be here in 4 weeks.
That's
For
insane
sure.
that you traveled.
You know exactly when the baby's coming?
Oh, it's a due date. No.
Because sometimes people don't know.
Yeah,
You know that?
I know.
Well, one of our listeners, Sandra, who was on Maury, I think it was on Maury. This is what she thought she had a tummy ache. You ever heard about this?
There's a whole show on TLC. TLC does weird stuff. There was
Yeah.
I didn't know I was pregnant.
There's a show.
I've seen that.
Show,
I've seen
show
that.
her Nancy. This is
First
Nancy.
stomach ache of my life. I figured it was just the corn dogs I had for lunch. But when I went to the bathroom to relieve myself, a hand came out of my vagina.
Oh,
Hi, Mom.
Maury is a legend. My sister worked on his show until the last day. She was a producer on that show, and it's all real. This is not at a certain
And
point
then
you
she
wonder.
found out he is your father.
No, I'm telling you,
Maury.
so it's all real. I couldn't believe it because it was her job to get these people who had never been on a plane over to Maury because we grew up in Stamford, Connecticut, which is where Maury was shot until it just recently went off air. But it's kind of amazing because you don't think.
Well, I sit there and I just stand by. Notwithstanding some crazy medical, she looked like she might be. I am not gonna lie. You kind of seem like you might be ignorant, but I stand by what I had said like some time ago. Right? If you go 2 months or more and you don't have a period, like you deserve to have your vagina rescinded from you. Like you should no longer have a vagina. I said this before. You no longer should have a vagina. It should most certainly be rescinded from you, taken away. You're not allowed to have it anymore. If you go 2 months not having a cycle and you don't think at any point in time like, something might be wrong, and at least go to the doctor or at least test for something. Bro, like, I can't imagine you go 9 months, right? You go 9 months and like, you just like, again, right? I don't know the woman's situation. There could very well have been some really crazy medical thing where maybe she was still, I don't know, maybe she was still getting her cycles somehow, and that's what that was, right? Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe. But I find it so hard. I find it so hard to believe that that's the case. Like, just because I've never heard of it. I've never heard of that kind of situation before. It just sounds so it just really sounds so crazy to me. It does. It just does.
Like, a part of me wants to believe that some of this stuff is faked. It's not.
No, that girl's not fake.
No, it's not fake. She ate a corn dog.
Didn't she just
But how do you
recently-
see the hand coming out of your, if you're like sitting on the toilet?
Yeah, that's weird. Why do you come out hand first?
You have to
And the
reach
thing
down.
is, you look down between your legs.
Hi, Mom. It's me, the corn dog. Yeah, I just love it.
I think Maury just recently responded to, who's that girl? Ashley, the one that
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, yeah, Elon
What?
Musk, because he said, I don't even know if that baby's mine, and Maury said, do you want to come on the show, or I can find out for you.
He's just trolling now. He's
Oh,
just
that's
trolling.
so funny.
I know. And also how ridiculous. Yeah. The richest man in the world doesn't know if the kid is his. I'm like, come on. Come
has
on.
how many-
Tons of baby mamas.
14.
But if you have to say, I don't know if it's mine, then you know that you were doing something where it might be yours.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm sorry. Like, everyone is compassionate for him, like on X.
But he doesn't know. He doesn't know whether he actually had sex with somebody or he was just zig-heiling a naked woman with his penis.
Traveling into her Mars.
I don't know if it's mine, but I sent the kid money anyways. Like, nobody just sends money. I thought it was a little bit ridiculous.
He does.
I thought it was a little ridiculous.
Want a pair of boxer shorts?
What do they say?
They don't say anything.
Sponsor.
Yeah, they're a sponsor. I have a Canadian.
What is my husband going to say
man-made.
if I go back to the hotel with boxer shorts?
If you're wearing them?
He's going to say thank you.
Oh, what size is him? I'll give him boxer shorts.
Briefs. He wears briefs.
These are better.
These are better?
I'm
Okay.
telling you, they're better. I was a brief guy too. What size is he? How is he? How tall is he?
6'2".
Oh, okay. So he's large.
He's tall.
That doesn't mean he's large.
Oh, I don't know. Here, just try the medium.
Medium,
See?
I feel, is the right.
Here, so open them up. I'm telling you, they're the best things. He won't chafe.
No?
And they're moisture wicking.
And
Oh,
they
these are on the money with like what he would wear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
these-
look at that.
Blue ones?
Yeah.
You want blue ones? You
Blue's,
want black?
blue's his favorite color. I buy
Oh.
everything in blue.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
That is fantastic. So you bring him. Look what I got you. I got you underpants from Man-Made.
Man
I went to go visit Howie Mandel, and he got you
I got
underpants.
you underwear. I can explain.
Man-Made. So you take those home to your husband. And I can't thank you enough for being part of this extravaganza.
It is. This is fun.
Is there something you want to plug?
Aspirational. I want my kids to do a podcast. That's so cool. Your kid grows up and you do a podcast with them. Like, that's fun.
Yeah.
It's like good dad.
The other one produces it. Isn't it? I don't think he's in the room.
Yeah.
No, and then he has a
Is
third
he here?
that has
Alex is
nothing
here.
to do with us.
Oh yeah, Alex built it, and then one doesn't want to be even in pictures. She's not even in her wedding album.
No
my other one.
way.
Oh yeah, we photoshopped
We
her
call
in.
her secret sister.
The secret sister.
Oh, there's always one.
Yeah.
There's always one. Yeah, exactly.
You should be in broadcasting because you talk. You can talk. I asked
Do
four
I
questions.
have a future in podcasting?
You have a future in talking.
Yeah.
Were you on the debate team?
No.
No. No.
Should have been. I wanted to be a lawyer.
Now marriage, how's that going for
Love
you?
it.
You love it?
Yeah.
Does he?
I don't know. You have to ask him. He's forced to love it.
Like, do you?
Does he ever
acquiesce?
win an argument?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's-
you know what? He's figured me out. That's the worst thing.
What's the secret to?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you, but he's figured it out. 'Cause I realized in retrospect he wins everything, and I'm like, wait a second, how did this happen? He's just figured me out. He's so different from me. Like, he's very quiet, thoughtful. I mean, he's British, right? He's English, so like there's a decorum. There's always a decorum.
Really? I sit
And-
beside Mel B. I don't notice the decorum.
Forgot about that. I did love the
definitely
Spice Girls growing up. I was like a
relax.
crazy
Me
Spice.
too.
I mean,
So I went to
crazy.
Spice Girls
They
concerts
always
with
made
them.
me be scary for everything because I was black.
Did you
So
not
I had
want
a
to be
choice.
scary?
You know, there's just
You didn't want to be
you know,
scary?
your blonde friend's got to be baby, and then the black one's got to be scary. No, I wanted to. Well, my sister loved Sporty Spice. I always liked Ginger.
I wanted to be posh.
Did you?
Yeah.
She's great.
So you identified as a redhead.
I think I kind of still do.
You're transgender.
Transgender.
You're transgender. Yes.
Drowning in influencer marketing chaos? Not sure where to begin? At Popular Page, we have over 100,000 influencers to perfectly match with your brand. Easily pick an influencer.
Stop it.
I kind of still do. So I don't really quite fit in, but I don't know why.
Is there something you want to plug?
Being transgender.
Oh, that's the new
what you wanna
podcast.
plug.
That's Candace Owens' new podcast, Being Transgender.
I have a book coming out, Make Him a Sandwich. You can go to makehimasandwich.com. It's
Make it
unpacking
over,
feminism.
make it over.
Actually, everything we spoke about today about like just trying to be more even in our assessments, taking a look at the Me Too movement, examining what feminism was and what it's become, which I think it's running into itself a bit, what its initial stated goals were and aims were versus what we're doing today, which seems to be a bit of a takedown culture of men. And I don't think we're better off as women because of it. We're happier because
Stop
of it.
taking us down.
Yes.
Don't take us down.
Are
Just
you
go
on the,
down.
Are you on the
Just
Pearl
you.
No,
train?
that's
Are you on the Pearl? Do you know who Pearl is?
Oh, yes. You're talking about like Pearl on YouTube.
TikTok.
Oh,
TikTok.
She's
no.
on TikTok. Go look at her.
Who's
Go-
that?
Pearl.
What does she look like?
What is she?
I
They
can't
can-
No, you
describe
have to tell
her.
me.
I can't describe
you
her.
Oh,
gotta
put up a Pearl from
They-
TikTok.
they're talking- aren't they talking
Pearl
about-
TikTok. We might know different
Maybe you've got
pearls.
to edit
I
out
think she was on-
Do
she
you
was
need to
on
edit out the
Pearl
part
from
where I
YouTube.
said don't take us down, just go down on us?
Do you think that's the part you need to edit out?
I don't know.
We'll figure it out. This is why we don't do live.
Pearl on TikTok.
Pearl
Go
on
look her
TikTok.
up.
Oh, Evelyn's helping us out. Is that Evelyn?
I definitely wanna see
She
it.
might be
Blonde
on
Evelyn?
YouTube too, but I've seen her on TikTok. I'm a TikTok swiper.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Pearl?
Pearl.
Yes,
Her.
I've met
Yeah,
her.
yeah,
Have you?
her.
Yes.
Am I
Yes.
on the same?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
No, I think it's very strange. It's just like anything can happen, and she's like, the woman was wrong, and I'm like, it'll literally be like the woman said nothing, and she's like, the woman was wrong instantly. It's boring. I've said this on my show because she was in my chat once, and I was like, this is boring.
It's not
It's
true.
just boring. It's just actually boring. I think it's a very boring brand to just be like, no matter what, I don't even need to see the evidence if the woman is wrong. The woman is speaking, she's wrong, and she gives me, and I said this on my show, she gives me like the vibe of the girl who like always in high school was the one doing keg stands with the boys. You know what I mean? Like wanted
pick me.
The pick me. He really wanted the boys to like her and be one of the guys. But the guys, I never found her attractive because she was too much one of the guys. And that's the vibe she gives me, where it's like, okay, this is getting boring now. Like you could have had an interesting take. You could have talked about like the nuances of certain movements like we're talking about today. But she genuinely is just like, she's actually the ultimate feminist, because she's like, men should never marry women. Okay, so we should just men should just sleep with a bunch of women.
That's what Macron said.
Yeah. And so I find her brand to be unbelievably boring, and she could have been interesting when she first got started, but it's turned into something else. So that's my opinion on Pearl.
That's well. There you go. You asked her.
Got it.
And
Got that
how long
opinion.
have you been married?
6 years.
Wow. Good luck.
We got engaged
I've been-
after 18 days.
Whoa.
Yeah, we met and then got engaged 18 days later.
That's like my in-laws. My in-laws did that.
Did really?
Yeah.
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 I've been
They're still
married 45 years.
Yeah. Oh
to
my
her
God,
mother.
that never happens in LA.
It did. It did. It did.
I'm
you know what they
shook by
say?
that.
Happy wife.
Happy life.
No, it means she's fucking somebody else. If I go home and she's miserable, I know it's still me.
Wait, I love that. I've never heard of this in Los Angeles.
Well, I don't think I'm alone. Am I alone?
That's why you
Well,
got
your mother did it too.
My mom did it too. Yeah, my mom was the other one.
Yeah.
You know, one other person who's done that in Hollywood.
Yeah.
No,
They're from Canada, so maybe it's a Canadian thing.
no, but that's so refreshing. I feel like so refreshed from that.
Well, I'm a
I
refreshing
mean,
guy.
your kids are going to be normal and everything.
2 out of 3 are normal,
two out
but
of
not
three.
this one.
Not that one. She's crazy.
Sonny, did you write a Candace Owens song?
Yes, we did.
Oh, you want to hear it?
God, yes, please.
Okay, listen to this. And thank you for watching. Watch When a Stranger Calls, also with me, and Harlan Williams. And do we have any merch or anything?
I've got boxer briefs.
Oh, okay. All right,
Okay,
thank
we're
you.
good.
All right,
We're
all right.
good.
So play the song. Here we go. Hit it, Sonny. Listen to this.
Get your groove on right now. Watching how we men tell. Get your groove on right now. Watching how we men tell. Candace Owens speaking her mind. Real tough cookie, one of a kind. So tenacious, never be stopping. With the kids are watching Mary Poppins. Her book club is so much fun. McDonald's hash browns, #1.
Yes.
Married to the British. Persuasion, Butterburst boyfriends. We're Asian! Get your groove on right now. Watching how we
So much research.
Get your groove on right now. Watching how we men tell. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. Checking in shorts.
So fun. Wow, they nailed that. I love a McDonald's hash brown and my first boyfriend for Asian.
Don't stop.
Really good.
So good. First boyfriend for Asian. Yes! Love that. And I get accused of being all these things. I'm like, guys, have you figured out I'm actually an Asian supremacist here? One thing never accused me of, and I'm like, but I am. I'm always like, I think the Asians have figured everything out.
Paying your bills on
That's good. That wasn't too bad. Okay. Wasn't too bad. What time is it? Oh, it's 2 o'clock. Yeah, no, I am not. I will not be doing another one. Sorry. 1v9 speed debate, but there's a 6-minute time limit. Oh, boy. Sounds intense. Let me try and get these. Okay, cool. So that's there. I do got to get some electricity to get in that spot. We have 19 and 20. It's not too bad. So far, I've been doing all right so far. Fuck, I'm already here. Might as well now. Actually, try to get the electricity to come on over. Come on over. There we go. Damn, is that one device I made? Is that really producing enough electricity? You see, output 1080. 300. Well, I'm gonna have to monitor it like while there's like a fight going on, and we'll look and see. So what I'm gonna do is let me pause this. Let me finish this up, and I think we'll do like 2 more waves, and then yeah, we're gonna pack this up because I want to go to bed. And also, I see me get murdered like on live. Thought I was hearing something. Okay, you throw you here. All right, cool. Actually, I'm gonna stop it short. Alright, let me get on over. Come on. We're almost there. Almost there. Cool. Guardian in 10 waves, right? Because I'm about 10 waves out. Oh, they all dead? Oh, that was fast. Oh. Maybe we might actually be able to just run through like the rest of these real quick. That was actually pretty quick. I just need to see where I need to. Oh, I never. Oh, right. I forgot all about over here. Okay, because I was worried that it like got rid of like the resources. Okay, cool. Just want to see. Almost done. This is. Oh no, everything's done. Yeah, everything's literally besides these two. Probably silicon, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because these are gonna naturally always because they're making electricity. All right. Well, that's yeah. So, all right. Everything looks about right. All right. So that's about where we could stop at. Yeah. See, so 1.2 excess if there's nothing running. Just gonna do that. All right. I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think you guys can go faster. Maybe if I get like water pumps. I think if I pump them with water, it'll probably be fine. All right, let me see what the electricity is. I just need to see while it's in combat. Okay, so it's definitely in the negative, but I have so much. Oh yeah, don't I have like a thing for shields? Yeah. Oh yeah, and mending too, right? So we need to. We'll certainly need to. Hold on, let me pause real quick. Don't I have a container, it's an unloader, mend, illuminator? I don't have a shield. I thought I had a shield thing. I guess not. I guess we should probably make some like these two. I could have swore I thought I had a shield thing, but I guess not. Yeah, I guess. So probably gonna wanna some of these over here. I might want to do like water enemies, water bot things, whatever you call them, in order for this to actually work. Yeah. Taking care of. I was gonna say like, oh, I'm not out of materials. Okay, cool. So, okay, so all of that looks good. Oh my God, why is everything on fire over here? Oh snap. Okay, let me think about this. Shit, Jesus Christ. Okay, it's you. What do you need? Oh, I needed a meta glass. I knew I was right to get the meta glass. When supply the wall. My throat is dying, Rev. Damn pollen season. Okay. Put you there. We'll put you here. I am worried about. We'll do it with that for right now. Okay, and so I'm gonna need. Yeah, I knew I was smart to like sit there and start the meta glass, even though I didn't need it at that time. Is it always? It's gonna be 7. Yeah, and it doesn't matter whether it's on. Okay. Well then, let me go like this. Oh, okay, that's just the air. Hear it. Yeah, I guess we go like this, right? Water here. Just to casually come up, bruv, and I see my all my stuff is like on fire. Like that's crazy. Like okay, well, throw another router here. Then when I get a chance, I'll put what's it called? I'll put a water container. I can do that right now. So come on, let's get you right here, and yeah, I guess just go over here like this, and yeah, and then I just try to like track it close. Try to reduce the footprint. Good thing it's water too, so I don't have to worry about blowing up. Yeah, let's see how that works for us for now. I know. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Oh, it's not getting enough water, I think. Oh no, it can't reach. It can't. Damn, they really can't reach that far. Bastards. Okay, I gotta have to. Well, first off, I'm gonna. Well, I guess I can. Bridge, right? I put the bridge over here, and then I will throw the bridge. Yeah, I guess I'll just throw the bridge over there. That should do it. I'll just extend you out like by 2. Put here, right? And I am gonna have to put like tanks. I'm gonna have to put like a tank. I'll put a tank here, but I think I'll keep this one direct. Tank, right? Get rid of that. And let's rebuild at least this part right here. It looks like, right? Yeah, so you should look like you're going this way. So let's. I'll probably put a men project over here too while I'm at it. Yeah, I need most certainly I'm going to need a men project over here. Okay. All right. Put you here. Put you here. Put you here. Say, I want to say all that looks good. How big does this? Okay, this actually. Yeah, I think I could put a men project. Should be fine. Like, yeah, I mean, it looks good enough, right? I don't want to go over here. Yeah, that look like that. All right, all of this should work, I think, right? Did I forget? Oh, I forgot the damn pipes. Pipe it, and then we are great. All right. Got any? Why is this? Why is there no water? Right? Oh, there we go. I was like, bro, what do you got going on? Okay, cool. All right. Well, it's nice to know. I'm glad I went over there to check. But I can't believe it just set my stuff on fire. Yeah, if they go that way, I'm hoed. Oh, they come from all over there. That's crazy. Is there not anything like on my tree that I can get? Bro, I could have swore I had like force fields and stuff, bruv. I really, clearly I need extra protection. Oh, I do remember like me trying to I think, what materials have I not unlocked that is keeping me from grading? No, I think it's just all land, right? Yeah. A lot of it's just land. Like I haven't. Because once I have the land, then I can research the materials that are missing. See, cool. This is oil, so I haven't found oil. I don't know what that is. Is that a green material? I think it's a green material. All right, but I think we're approaching the end here. I think we are approaching the end here. You know what? That'd be my goal. It'd be to finish like one full map. Hold on, wait. So let's actually try to find something here. What? Zelensky has a 60-minute interview. Do we watch it? Nah, not really. Here we go. This is what I wanted to watch. This actually looks worth watching. Ain't gonna be today though. Is there anything going on? Richard Wolf. This, what the hell? How's our Kai seen its friends? Kai seen his friend for view botting? What? This is a crazy allegation here. You know what? We need something. I don't
know what Kai said. I don't know what he said. I don't know. I don't know if you explain about that. Is he live? I thought he was offline.
Listen, if niggas got Chase, TD. Wait, what's your numbers? Huh? Numbers? 5, 3, 6. You'll get. Hold on. He might be telling the right number. Nah, that's. You know, I feel like people are entitled to their opinion. People, could just think whatever they want. That's fine. That's okay. Psych, I fucking lied. I'm tired of the dick riding. Get off my dick. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. It's like I be holding back too much.
Well, I mean, don't hold back then. I don't. How am I on his? How's that anything related to him? I don't get it. Well, I'm just confused on how it's about him. I literally singled him out as like it's not part of the problem.
I'm not just let shit rain. Like, I'm tired, nigga. Like I ain't even gonna lie. Fuck all of that shit. Fuck all of that. Be honest. This is no bias. This is no letting off aggression.
Just ignore XQC, bro. There's a reason why he literally doesn't have a single friend. It's crazy. They are view botting. Crazy.
Bro, I'm so confused.
Enough negativity. It looked like you dick eating, gang. Like, you might not realize it, but I'm gonna help you. It kind of looked like you dick eating. Like, real shit. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny or mean. I'm gonna go ahead and say, it looked like you dick eating just a little bit. You feel me?
Okay.
And I'm kind of tired of, like, going the whole road, because I feel like the more I hold shit back, it's not the first time. This is how it looked, Felix. This is me talking to Felix. This is me not really being on some shit. It looked like you dick eating because it's like, it's a pattern. It's like everything something is going good on this side, like you saying got to say. And then when you say it and I say something, it's you was joking.
Okay, whoa.
You feel what?
Okay, hold on. Okay,
this is actual, like,
last time people remember.
This is crazy.
Okay, bro. My comments were everybody knew. The last time it was like, bro, like I even took accountability. Okay. Jokes that are too far. I take it back as like, okay, well, I mean, dude, I'm not gonna ruin my friendship because of if these jokes are off limits, I'm not gonna do that shit anymore. Okay, everybody knows it was in fun, better spirits. Nobody wants to be part of that. If you don't want to do that, then I reel back then. But this isn't about him, though. I'm confused. Like I don't get it. Well, I'm not obsessed. I've always been obsessed, even at the time with botters. Like, bro, you cannot say that even though Miz is my friend, I call him out for his inconsistency right now. Back in the days, I was Miz's friend. I call him out for his thing, bro. It's not like a thing where like I'm on a crusade, guys, against people, bro. I do some shit. I talk about it. I don't know how I said that that's a problem. I don't know why anybody. I don't want to be so. And it's not even about him either. It's not even about him either.
What I'm saying, so I'm kind of confused. It's like when a nigga say some shit, it's I'm joking. You feel me? Now,
yeah, but I'm not joking this time though. This isn't a joke though. Okay, so 3 things. Last time I was wrong. This time it's not a joke, and it's also not about him. Like it's like
now it's not even directly me. He didn't say my name, but he talking about my mans and shit. That these my niggas.
Okay.
You feel me? Like you're not about to belittle what these niggas got going on because you can't fathom what's happening in this current day of time. Like gang, off your response and off you had just reacted to that about Reggie and Rakai and shit, I could automatically tell you don't know the story behind them niggas. You haven't seen the build up to where they at right now.
What is the story behind the 4 days in a row under 40% chat rates? Listen, I'm not. Forget about what I said. Forget about anything that I know or don't know. Explain what type of story or what endeavor gets you to sub 40, sub 30% validation rate in chat. Explain. I don't know. Just explain it. 4 days, 5 days in a row. I mean, I don't. Why even attack me? Attack my story, bro. Instead of attacking me as a person, just attack like the statements and the proof that I've shown.
And why them numbers are making sense. And that's okay because it's like I know it's hard to fathom. It's not realistic for a nigga to go from a band to 20. It's not realistic for a nigga to go from 5 to 50. He hit 100 first week out here. But if you need a nigga to break it down to you, class is in session. Ray been gone for 4 months, my nigga. You understand like how shit a year ago is literally affecting how them niggas are successful right now? Shit that happened a year ago, 2 years ago is really playing effect on what's going on right now. It's like, bro, it's like we don't be saying like I don't understand.
Wait, 4 months? What? Guys, I don't know what that was about. The rate?
The what?
I'm sorry, we really what? Love minding our business and we don't say shit about people. Gang, here's the build up, bro. Damn. Ray has been gone for 4 months. He needed a visa. He went to go settle and shit. He went to go get his visa. He could have came back and relaxed. I said no. This is way bigger. This is something that has to be thing. Let's do a trailer. We get the trailer done. Let's follow me. Come on, let's go ahead and break it down. We get the trailer done. It goes out. It does phenomenal. Ray is back. But with the trailer, I said, nah, I don't want to just do that. I want to try to show people the right way on how to do shit with your friends. That's genuine. Let me buy them niggas a crib and see how they go to work. You feel what I'm saying? It's like Ray been gone for so long. Ray was the middle point.
Okay, yo, chat, I'm not trying to be like a weirdo. I do understand what people are saying. It's a lot of story. It's a lot whatever. This has nothing to do with the stuff that I presented, is it? Bro, none of these things have anything to do with what I presented as like my case in point, like my main like dialogue point. I'm confused.
To roll out the future for these niggas. You feel what I'm saying? We got the house. I brought Ray back. Ray came on my stream for the first time solely so I can reveal and surprise him with the house in front of so much people. 250.
If people use console to watch streams, then how come they watch? Okay, what makes that particular like one streamer or two? Why is their Xbox viewers so high? Like it's not by a small margin. It's by a fucking ridiculous margin. Like I'm so confused how like guys, let's say this guy, 5 guys in the same team. Okay, same whatever. This one guy at all of them has literally a discrepancy of like 60% on how you watch a stream. Why this one guy though?
50,000. It's already a story game built up with keys with my friend's name on it. Ray came back. Ray got the house tour. Everything stacks up and makes sense. You feel what I'm saying? Ray did what he had to. If you just follow the story, you'll be able to see as why these niggas are pulling the numbers that they.
Bro, they say it's Kai viewers in their stream. Kai went live and the viewers didn't even move. Yeah, I mean, like I said. When there's a shared viewership, it shit tanks like crazy. If you claim that you are made by somebody, when that person goes live, you tank to 0. I mean, it is what it is. If your numbers aren't affected, a big portion of that layer. So how come it's a layer you can gain, but not a layer you can lose? It doesn't make sense. Bro, not like I just said that like whatever. I didn't mean to be committed to this fucking dumbass topic. But now you want to really get into it. Yeah. There's more to all this, and like I don't know what the fuck.
I'm not gonna lie. This has been the best experience of my life, the greatest feeling ever, nigga. And it's hard to fathom. I took a risk on my friends, and they're completing everything that I imagined, nigga. So that's why I know it's.
And then they came after me and they said, "Oh, you, this guy actually doesn't know anything about what he does. This guy's old streamer, dumbass. He doesn't know." Yo, that stream was big because he was with Tay. Tay. That's why the stream went hard. It was with Tay, famous. Okay, Tay goes live on their channel. They get 2K views. Okay, so when Tay is on your stream, you get 50K extra. When they go live on their shit, they get 2K. Okay, I mean, really, dude? Like you're gonna try to sell this to me? Come on, bro.
It's hard to fathom and it's hard to understand why a nigga is pulling this much. But gang, fuck the streaming shit aside. You know this shit. You know like You know, like streaming is not the only thing in the world. Like, so you're in the streaming world whole time. Reggie really been having motion.
I have to finish this paper. I'm swamped. No one told me college would be so damp.
He's been around, you know, it's not a real number. Yeah, it's not.
I was to ask you, do you know who?
Yo, if I was mad and it was about all these insecurities, I would have went the throat. Literally, I would have said, "Yo, this guy's botting his channel. This guy's doing this. This guy's doing that." Like, brother, I didn't even do that. I literally point out at other guys that aren't even him. Like, yo, guys, I saw it the other day. Look at this shit. Shit's been going on for a while. Boom, whatever. What about it? Like, I guess that they're botting themselves. Bro, it's most probably not even them. So what are we talking about?
Who Reggie is? You probably wouldn't even be able to tell me. All Reggie needed was a fucking platform. In the streaming world, though. He was good in IRL, doing his thing, doing what he gotta do. He decided to stream. Let's not act like, nigga, I'm gonna be honest. My chat, my channel, whenever somebody's able to display channel on my channel, it's going to skyrocket for him. A lot of people.
Okay, no disrespect. Is that like I was talking about the other day? Girl something? Brother, I was playing Dota. I tuned in for 15 minutes. I swear on my life, it was two guys texting on their phone and reading out DMs for 15 minutes and saying nothing. And the viewers went up and down 10K out of, it was like 29, 21, 29. Brother, come on. Like, dude, please, man. Bro, I beg. Please, stop representing me as like some evil actor. Bro, I'm just talking about like some stat. Like, it's not like...
Shit done change, gang. They lives. My boy drummer in Tokyo right now with his wife, go-karting, nigga. His whole life is done change. I didn't bring Reggie just to be Robin on Batman. I didn't want the nigga, I didn't just bring him because he's my friend.
VOD views? Let me check VOD views real quick.
I guess I could kind of understand what XQC is saying. I mean, because there is some truth to that. Because like if what Kai was saying was like true, just imagine like all of the big people, like how many of their friends and stuff they would have been able to put on. Right, and then they all of a sudden they just take off. But like the truth of the matter is that like that's just not how it works. But just because like you can only split up like the same group of people but so many times, right? And so like the only thing like I can think of where both things could be true at the same time would be if they are view botting, but it's to get the initial unfair advantage of being like in the algorithm or whatever, and then they're able to pull like additional organic like users or whatever. You know what I'm saying, right? Because like if you don't have that many viewers, then like you're going to be like, I mean, I'd imagine you'd be pretty low on the algorithm or whatever. But if you can be thrown up at the top, even if it's only for like a week, right? Then you could potentially, oh shit, what am I out of? Graphite. Bro, I just want to be done, right? Even if it's just for a week, right? If you could just view bot a massive amount just for a week, right? You could easily pick up, I'd imagine you could probably easily pick up a lot of natural organic people, and then you can grow from there. That doesn't necessarily sound like what XQC is saying. It sounds like, but then again, it is plausible too, right? Because I don't know if he's seen it occur more than once with these people, or he's only doing it, or if he's only seen it like once or twice. If he only saw it once or twice, then that would kind of like be in line with like the initial view botting, and then like everything else is organic from there. But if it's not, right? If it's not, and they are like, you know, and they're legit just like view botting like multiple times, then yeah, I guess that could be a thing. Like I said, I don't know. I don't even know like whose people he's been putting on. But it's just that what Kai is saying, like I have to admit that's just not how the real world works. Like just because like just how many people would have done it then. You know what I'm saying? Like think of like how many people AP would have put on, how many people like Kai would have put on, how many people RDC would have put on, right? And if what he was saying was true, then like the stuff would have just naturally like just it would just like, you know, it'd be like wildfire, right? Because then their people would try to be try to like put their boys on or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's not the case. It just isn't. So, and then the thing is because like you have a group of people, right? And they can only split their time, but so much. You know, like maybe if y'all was like on like some kind of like rotational basis, right? But then even then, like it's still, you still would never like achieve like the same, I don't even know if you'd even achieve like half the same numbers, right? I don't think so. But I don't, but in the end, right? I'm just speaking just like, from a place of like, I don't want to say ignorance, but like you know, someone that at least like try to make like an educated guess on the matter. So does this thing just really just need only coal? Okay, only needs coal. Can I power it? No, I can't even power either. Isn't there something else I can make to just make more graphite? Like, damn, I need more graphite. Shit's like holding me right now. Let's do 2, and yeah, I'm pretty sure this. We'll see. We will see. Sure. Go right there. Go. How do I want to do this? Oh, I know what I can do. What I can do is I could just, because I don't want to like, I hate putting 2 routers like next to each other because I always get bad, like some really weird behavior. So I think if I just do it like this instead, where go like that, and yeah, just leave that be. That should work. Bitch, move down. Stop it. Right? Oh, and then yeah, of course I'm gonna need to obviously okay. I'm probably gonna also want to put like some of those over here. Yeah, I'm gonna want to put some of those over here. Put more of those, like those, I don't even know what you call them. Teleport things.
Can be a good indicator or whatever. I don't know his name.
Jesus, is more graphite.
Hold on. I go to my DMs, shut up. I got it. Thank you. Boom, 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 boom.
Going to need more electricity.
The channel views? I can't tell. Guys, you guys saying names? I don't know these names. I don't know these names. You guys think about the channel thing. I don't know the names. Yeah, like it's not even like I hate like doing like this like witch hunt. It's not a witch hunt. Like I wasn't even naming names. Like brother, when the number is like that, it's just no good. Like it's not. And you compare some of these other guys. Sometimes, yeah, it's like it's up and it just doesn't add up. That's motion, brother. 37% validated viewer, bro. 30% validated viewer. I mean, you have to be kidding me, right, brother? That's less than 30%, bro. That's 31% validation, bro. 31% validation. That's not motion. That's counter motion.
It was a test run. It was to see if he was really good at being comfortable in front of a camera, in front of a large audience of people. He was so perfect at being Batman. I want you to say, fuck, this is before he even started pulling these numbers. Go look at the clips. Go look at everything from the Batman shit. It was all Reggie. It was all him. It was him the whole time. You understand me? Like, these niggas, if you go to see, I was taking extra long to change into my bat suit purposely to see if I can remove myself from the camera and he can keep niggas entertained. He does that. Bro, go look at his streams. I think he's like one of the best desktop streamers there is. He plays no games.
Bro, maybe I tuned into the wrong stream. Bro, it might have been my fault. I might have just tuned in to the wrong broadcast. I'm not kidding. It was peaking. It was peaking, and it was just texting all the time. Brother, I'm not even, like, now I'm gonna sound like a hater.
have to finish writing this paper. I'm swamped.
Just get Grammarly. It's free.
Can it help with what I wrote last night?
Grammarly will catch all those spelling and grammar errors, and it'll help with the bigger stuff. Grammarly can also give you ideas to make your writing better. Add more background, add specific examples, focus your conclusion.
This sounds like me, but better. A less damp me. You think a less damp me could get that internship?
A less damp you can do anything. Download Grammarly for free.
Oh my gosh, bro, this graphite thing is like really honing me.
Drowning in influencer marketing chaos? Not sure where to begin? At Popular Page, we have over 100,000 influencers to perfectly match with your brand. Easily pick an influencer and let their content do the work. Our platform...
Stop it.
This is what I was watching from. Like, brother, like...
Bitch, I don't know.
Like, brother, like, bro, I just clicked in the VOD. I just clicked in the VOD. I just clicked in the VOD. And it's exactly what I meant. Like, holy fuck.
So many
oh, shit, man.
Bro.
Like, dude.
I ain't gonna lie, this is actually a little bit more entertaining than
We should
I
let
was
each person paint a
anticipating.
different wall in the crib. When you start streaming, you down to get your room painted?
For sure.
I ain't gonna lie, when you start streaming though, bro, don't think that you gotta stop coming like round and shit. What you mean? Like you can still come around.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm always gonna be there.
Sure.
Forever and always.
Alright. I'm just saying though, bro, like when you start streaming, you can still come around, gang. Like
Look, I got an idea for this.
somebody said tell Puga start clapping back at these hoes, love y'all down.
See, bro. Oh my god, bro.
Reggie,
I'm not.
No, we hate
bro.
Reggie. It's Connor, man. Sorry for fucking you.
Bro, I don't know what to do. Bro, I don't know what to do. Bro, it's hard to make the point without just sound like a hater. Bro, I swear I'm not even hating. I'm just saying, like, everything is peaking. Everything is maxed out. I mean, I don't even know this guy. I know he's does like really good content. Like, is that peak performance? Brother. Like, I don't.
Connor,
I'm not.
Connor, is that you? Connor, you in the fucking go? We ride into the thing.
I ain't gonna lie, people tune in for like just some of like the craziest things, so I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Damn, I can't go that way. That's crazy.
Grammarly is a must-have for all students. For example, when I'm writing emails to professors or any other writing tasks such as essays.
Oh, AI is gonna put you out of business. Stop it.
Here, bro. But yeah, that some bitch. First day.
You better change up. You better do something. AI gonna get you caught up.
Let's see if Big I wreck the method. Everybody spam drop that 50. Let's see if he the method, bro. Let's see if man drop that 50, man.
All right.
He would ask. So you want to roll again? Let's go. That shit don't matter when you get grown.
Oh my
I don't even
gosh.
want no bitch who got little stereotypes. I don't even like short niggas. Bitch.
Okay. Anyway, I think that part of the point has been made. It's whatever.
He just chilled with his chat, and it's a good ass day. He said fuck streaming when everybody else is streaming. I was streaming from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. And it's like I don't want, and I'm not coming at you in a.
Bro, like I said, it's not some like study I did over the years. Bro, I was playing Dota, and at night there's nobody online. So I just his shit was unrecommended. I click while playing Dota. I'm like, brother, like what is happening with the viewers? It was jumping up and down 10K, 20, 30, 20, and it just kept jumping up and down, and nothing was happening on the screen. And the chat was just like it's like not like frozen NPC. Like I'm just like
aggression. I just feel like don't belittle them niggas, bro. Don't do that. Just don't do that, gang. Like the proof is in the pudding. Go on TikTok, you'll see a bunch of their shit.
Okay.
Go across all their platforms. You'll see a bunch of their shit.
No, dude, I get the argument, but bro, no disrespect. You compare that to like people that they do have this argument behind them. Look at Ron. These guys, bro, they have clip farmers out the wall like a sweatshop. Okay, they got the farmers and farming TikTok. Their shit's all over TikTok. They're all over their shit. But I don't think it's even comparable. Like it's just yes, I'm sure all over TikTok, but it's not the same magnitude and saturation. Like if you were to use the argument that if you're all over TikTok, you go crazy. Okay, then how is Ron not 100K Andy then? Then explain how Ron and FaZe aren't like 100K each Andy. Because they're all over the place on all socials. A lot more than these guys.
And like, let's point out the elephant in the fucking room.
And how come how come all those viewers aren't on Xbox or PlayStation? And they're not on Tamagotchi, and it doesn't give you a validated viewer? How come these are all invalid viewers that don't register in the system? How come? But Ron, most of them aren't on Xbox, but these are on Xbox. Dude, come on, man. Like, dude, at one point, like, dude, brother.
Of course their viewers are going to change because nigga, I'm literally taking a light bulb and going like this. Like it's like they're getting put. There's so much people that watch me, so nigga, they're literally displaying talent in front of these so much fucking people. And at the end of the day, these people are dead ass going to fuck with them. And that's okay. Like, don't belittle what they got going on. These niggas is happy, bro. These niggas is not in Baltimore. You don't gotta worry about a lot of shit, gang. They're in a happy state of mind, nigga. You feel me? Like Rakai 16, niggas is on his ass because he.
Yeah, I'm not gonna act like I know the best streaming. Something I noticed over the years, over literally fucking 10 years, is that overlap is it's like a myth. Like, even though somebody's very much like you, if you say, yo guys, I'm gonna go offline and watch this guy, dude, the amount of transferability you're gonna get is like, it's so little. It's usually under 10%. Like, to act like everybody, even the viewers that are watching right now, a lot of them are AFK. Legitimately, there's a layer of AFK viewers it's considerable. At any given time, because of the nature of a live broadcast, a portion of the viewers are AFK. They're not even at the computer. So these aren't ready to swap and watch other shit. So even if you were to tell guys, I'm offline, watch this guy, the amount of people that are gonna swap and stay, bro, that's like, it's a slim. It's usually way less than 10%. Even for the guys with the most emotion in the world, bro, they could try the experiment right now. Yo guys, watch my boy, watch this guy, and see how long they stick around and how big the spike is. Let's see how big the spike is and how long it lasts. Bro, please.
Pulling 100 bands, I know it's not easy to fathom, but the nigga dead ass cooking, gang.
Yeah, that's fine.
And this is me just saying.
I respect that, bro. I respect it. Right. I've given every new streamer, I've given them the flowers. Name one streamer that has made it, that went really hard on content, and that I ended up glazing and giving their flowers for what they have. Bro, everybody. I don't give a shit. But if you pull up and you're a 5K Andy, and next day you're 50K Andy, okay, and your validation amount is 25%. Well, dude, like, you're not. Otherwise, go glaze neon. Hey, if this is people's main argument and this is how they act, then go be proud and go tell the world how neons come up was organic, because nope, nobody ever bought it. Not a real thing. Wait, numbers don't add up. Now you're a dick eater. Wait, not. Don't get mad at me. If you have to act like this and I have to have restraint, then go give flowers to Neon for his early day stream at 200K viewers. You have to, because if any argument, if any point, if any stat is to be disregarded as dick eating, okay, then go glaze Neon. I mean, what about it?
Saying shit like, from the outside perspective, Felix, I mean, who being a grown ass man, this is not no diss or nothing. It just look like you dick eating, and it's weird.
When these guys get buried in the discovery of just chatting or Twitter discovery, because everybody's botting, I did not hear a fucking soul talking about view botting. When everybody does this shit, people already all do it. Let's be honest. When this shit,
you know this actually. Oh look, see, we got somebody already saying MS viewers. See, we get a message of MS viewers. You know what's crazy if I think about it? I don't think people are ready for this like world we're getting ready to run into AI, because like these AI agents, if you think about it, so like look, so real quick, so this is a story, right? This was close to about a year ago, okay? Look. First and foremost, I'm not super heavy on the streaming stuff. I'm like way heavy on the tech stuff. Like I just love tech stuff more than anything else, and that's why I spend a lot of my time doing. Like I have a whole separate like YouTube channel that I'm slowly building up. That's just all strictly. Let me pause this before I get murdered, right? That doing like tech videos, right? But I'm also super interested in AI and whatnot. Now, there was this application or like this platform called Restreamer, right? Or Restream. I'm sorry, right? And I was inspired by it to look into seeing if I could replicate that, like more internally, as like a local platform, right? Like meaning like you have an application that would like do all of the Restreamer things just locally, like not going through a third-party server, just like you be able to install it yourself, right? And what I did was so first off, like, you know, I had all of the foundational like information I needed to kind of figure out how I was going to do it, which was like I used like Solium. I believe it's called Solium. It's been a minute, so I can't remember. It's definitely elsewhere. I think it is a Solium. I think it's a Solium browser, right? But so like basically like there's a special browser you can get that view botters, right? Or view botters, hackers, whatever you want to call them, like commonly use in order to do like automated actions. Is it called Solium? I don't think it's called Solium. It's an S word for sure. Solium. Let me think. I have to get the word right. Cerium. Celium. I think it's celium. Is it celium? Selenium. Is it selenium? Automated browser. See, there we go. Right, selenium. I should see, bro, because I dropped it after like I got kind of bored with it. But what I was doing was like, I wanted to have it to where like not only like something you deploy locally, but it was able to replicate itself across platforms. Meaning, like, I give you an example. Like, you have viewers on Twitch, right? Let's say you have 1,000 viewers on Twitch, right? And that the application would replicate or create an addition, create 1,000 unique like chatters or viewers. That chat, well, it may be chatters too, right? But viewers to also put across like all your other channels, right? The intent was that you would stream to multiple platforms, and your view count would be a total of all of your platforms, like everybody that you're streaming to at one time, right? So if you had like 1,000 in Twitch and like 2,000 in like Facebook, right, and another like 4,000 in YouTube, right, then like it will all get added together, right? So then you'd see a total of 7,000 viewers like on all three of your platforms, right? Because that would be everybody. Because Restream also has the relay function. Restream has that relay function where like if somebody sends you a message on Twitch, right, it gets relayed to all your other channels as well. And so that's what I was trying to go for. I was trying to go for that functionality, but also with the viewers. And obviously, doing like the back end stuff is like not necessarily that hard, but there's a lot of testing you're obviously going to need to do with it, and you can't do it when you like if you only get like 1 or 2 viewers, right? That's kind of hard to like be able to like test all the time, right? So I remember going through like getting like bot viewers or whatever they call it, and I made sure to do it on the channel I don't like typically use, which was what was it, like my gaming Twitch channel, like definitely not this one, right, but my gaming like Twitch channel, because like I needed the data to just see if I could do it. And like and I was working on this stuff, and then after a while I just dropped it just because like what was it was something about what I learned about something terms of service. It was the term of service. I remember because this is when I was just like in the midst of getting into like the whole streamer platform stuff as far as like the APIs and whatnot. And then I was looking at the terms of service. I was like, oh yeah, they'll shut this shit down real quick, right? Replicating viewers from other competitive platforms. And I was just like, after I sat there and read the terms of service, I was like, okay, I have to stop this. I can't develop it anymore. It was, it was a really, really good idea. And I could have I could have did it. I could have finished it up and whatnot, but I was just like, you know what? It's fine. I'll just move on to something else. So I just like dropped it and just started working on other things. But the reason why I bring this up is because like, once the AI stuff, like if like Russia's already doing like a hell of a job with the AI bots on X, right? Where like you can sit there, you can have like these conversations, like there's conversations being had between like people on X right now that you swear up and down, like to the regular person that's not keen like picking out like the obvious stuff, right? It's like so hard to tell the difference between like the AI bots and then regular people. So then what ends up happening is that you'll get a controversial issue that you're like, well, fuck, man, like, I don't necessarily agree with this, but there's so many of these people like agreeing with it or going with it, and like 90% of them are fucking AI bots. Like, it's just like, that's where we're going. Now that is going to eventually transition into the live streaming world. Right now it's just simple like chat forms. That's easy, right? Because you got API stuff and want to do it, right? Once you get like the resources to sit there and put some serious compute power behind it, where you can you attach these viewer bots to like a stream, and you don't even need the process. Well, processing video would be like the later stage, but you could just process the audio, right? Because the audio would be less intensive than like video. and whatnot. And then the thing is, like, you could even get away with the video thing because you could just do periodic screenshots, right? Instead of trying to process a live video, you just grab like a frame like every like 10 seconds or whatever to keep like processing needs down, and then like the AI to then just interpret or whatever that, figure out what's going on, and then then you just feed it into the other agent to sit there and create whatever conversation or response you want to like have them say into the live stream. That world is coming. That world is coming. And once that happens, and we're very close to it, we are very close to it, right? This viewer bot thing is going to go like you're just not going to be able to tell, right? And so then at that point, like I don't know what the hell you I don't know what the hell you do. I really don't know what the hell you do. Like you'd have to the only combative thing you could do is like have to you're going to have to require like unique identity. You're going to have to require unique verifiable identity. And I'm talking like the host country's like identification process, right? Whether that's, in US, upload driver's license, right? Or whatever, whatever the shit is. That's the only way you're going to be able to combat that. Because other than that, then you're just not going to be able to tell. You really are just not going to be able to tell. Because remember, I was building one. I was building an AI thing. What is it? Multi-object. I was building a multi-object thing for a MOBA game where like you would be playing a MOBA game and you would share your display with the website, right? And then on the website, it would actually process the video that you're showing to identify the items like in the game, so that you could be able to do things to like see like what's the stats of a particular character, right? Because it would identify the character, and then like you could open up the menu screen that shows like your team and their team, and then it also has little slots for like their gear and stuff. So like if you just show that screen, right, so that the app I was developing would grab like their equipment, be able to identify the equipment they're wearing and whatnot, and then you take it off, and then once it identifies like the right character and then you see the level and stuff like that, then my website was able to tell you, hey, so this character's stats right now is like this, and then compared to yours, this is the advantages you have, this is the disadvantages you have, as far as when I compare it with your health, your attack stats, and your attack stats with his defense at that time and whatnot. That's what I was building. I also dropped that. Like I get before I get like real medication, right? I drop stuff so quickly, right? All good ideas, right? The stuff I'm explaining to you is like, they're good ideas, right? I could do something. It just gets boring after a while, bro. Like I'm the kind of person that sit there, like if I knew how to cure cancer, I probably still wouldn't do it, because I just get bored with it after a while. I'll just be like, it's whatever. But yeah, to go back to the main point, like this viewer bot thing, this shit's gonna get old, or this shit's gonna get impossible to tell in about, I'd say, like 4 more years, depending on the state of the world, right? Especially with terrorists and whatnot going on right now. I think after the terrorists and stuff and all that's all done and stuff, and like especially we get the processing stuff, like we start like inundating the world with like advanced processing chips. As a matter of fact, when the Chinese start really blowing up with their like chip development, it's done. Quantum chips is the very last thing we need before like that shit's here. Before that and so much other shit's here.
It gets so commercialized that everybody's viewbotting, and you can't get views naturally because everybody's above you in the degree. I better not hear a fucking breathing soul about the topic. I don't want to hear about it.
And it's like, then you say you joking, and it's like, okay, now what is it? And I got no hate towards XQC. I just want to be able to check people where they mess up. Like, come on, bro.
Including me, brother. I was at my massive ultra peak, 70K, 80K average, and I was calling out 5K Andy viewers that were botting it. I was on the dick and balls of all the botters that were literally at the bottom of the ladder, that were not a threat, and I was always about it. Don't act like it's like some new thing out of some weird guys. Today I'm mad. Bro, you remember the fictional life, the myth of the time? I was up to everybody. Why? Because, dude, because it's just the way it is. Why do you act like I see a system, I see something happen over and over for years, and some things is unexplainable, out of nowhere. You want me to go, yo guys, wait, the chat's frozen? It's a glitch. Chat hasn't moved in fucking 6 minutes. Guys, because the Twitch app, most of their viewers come from their PSP. PSP doesn't have a port on Twitch, so they can't chat. Not their fault. They're all on the PSP. There's a big PSP like
shit. I forgot about the tanks.
Culture right now happening. Everybody's on the PSP. Like, dude, come on, man. Like, dude, it's like, and if this was a margin of like, guys, 30%, guys, it's 30%. I wouldn't talk shit. Many think I give a fuck. But so we have 30%. But some of these others are tripling, quadrupling it. But that hurts everybody.
You feel me? You know what I mean?
Bro, and they say humanity's getting paid. Brother, man, they aren't getting paid. That's the thing, though. They're missing the point. The unvalidated viewers don't even count for ads. Like, that is, it ends up paying off later on when you make a real viewership from the fake viewership. Yes, that does pay off, but yo, they get paid. Bro,
see, that's what I was just saying.
The crazy thing is that, bro, the crazy thing that's even crazier is that these niggas don't be doing no talking, bro. These niggas don't talk shit about. Bro, I ain't allowed to ask Reggie. I say, yo, bro, you know who SQC is? He don't even know, bro. He wouldn't even know. He wouldn't even know, nigga. I ain't gonna lie, bro. So like these niggas, I think it's a congratulate. No, not saying cap. No, y'all saying cap. I'm being that ass.
Okay, like I said, to be honest, the percentage of viewers as chatters isn't really affected because guests no count. Andy's doesn't count as a chatter, and there's a lot of them varies within streams. Brother, if this was true, okay, then how come when they go from one stream to the other, their account disappears? Or when they watch Kai, their account's online, but when they go watch the other guy, the account, they get banned. Hey, they're getting banned in between the clicks. They click on somebody else, the account, it vanishes. Bro, come on. What the fuck are you talking about?
I have to finish this paper. I'm swamped. No one told me college would be so damn.
Just get Grammarly.
Reggie don't be on Twitch. Bro, oh my God, okay, hold on. Reggie is not on Twitch. This nigga's really a hood nigga that's just live. Do y'all understand that? And niggas fuck with him. Like, I'm not even saying I know this. I'm just saying he don't know the Pogger side of shit. And shit, I might be wrong, but he's not really too tapped into the Pogger.
You know what? Just prove me wrong. You know what? Fuck it. Right. Go live, get the instant, massive, super surge of your instant, and run a poll. Fuck it. Do it. Run a poll. Just go live after 20 minutes, run a poll in the chat, and just check how many responders of a poll are going to happen. And boom. I think that's fair enough. Yeah, poll is fine. Polls are botted too, I forgot. Regardless.
You just know a couple niggas.
It's probably not fine-tuned. Now that I said it, though.
No, hell no. I don't think SQC fell off. Fuck no. Hell no. SQC did not fall off. I'm just saying, nigga. This is how it may look.
Okay, respect that.
That wasn't even a sneak diss. I don't even try to do that. But I'm just saying, bro, like,
I fell off.
Don't fuck up what he got going on.
Fair enough.
You feel me? This is no diss. I'm not dissing nobody. I'm just saying how it looks on the outside perspective. You feel me? But like, I'm pretty sure Felix knew all of that shit, but still decided to say it.
Bro, I promise. Okay, this comes from the bottom of my heart. I promise. At this point, I could easily save myself and say, yeah, whatever, and just kind of walk away from this dialogue. Okay, just for the sake of the argument, just for the sake of, in general, about just having integrity on botting. Bro, I'm doubling down. Bro, I have to. I swear on everything with what I know and what things that I look at and I analyze that I've shown. I'm not like just saying it. I truly believe it. Whether it's them, a viewer, a mod, an agency, whether it's some like Bulgarian basement dweller, like fucking bot maneuverer or whatever, somebody's doing something that's tampering it. It doesn't matter. I'm not even saying who's doing it. I don't care. Somebody's doing something, and it's skewing and tampering it. That's it. Nothing else. There's nothing about it. That's and when he says that, oh, I know he doesn't believe that. No, I absolutely believe that with my everything that with everything I stand for. I do believe that, but that doesn't belittle them. It doesn't make them lesser. Bro, 2 months ago, I got botted for 3 days in a row. Am I evil ever? When I say, yo, I was even saying, yeah, I got botted today. I don't give a shit. The 3 days of botting don't make me feel any lesser about my career. And if somebody said, yo, dude, XCC is botted, or XCC is botting, even at the time, I'd be like, dude, yes, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I'm getting botted. Was it I'm botting? Sure, I don't give a fuck, because the next day it's gonna change and you're gonna be proven wrong. The next day it's gonna get fixed and proven wrong. Everybody moves on. And my career doesn't get damaged by that. Imagine thinking that like thousands on thousands of hours of what I've done get destroyed because of 6 hours of botation. Like it makes you feel like lesser. I don't give a fuck. What would I care?
He low-key be knowing what he doing though. You feel me? And it's cool. But like, that's my last time I want to address. That's the last time I want to say some shit. Cause I be biting my tongue, bro. I feel like a lot of the time, chat, I be biting my tongue because we got more shit to focus on, bro. Like, gang.
Well, I agree. They do a lot of stuff. So yeah, I mean.
Whenever cool this.
This guy says it. Lol. Regular stream 1 minute 60K instantly. Obviously, butts Lamau. Like, bro, it's just sometimes like instant surge. It's like no notification. Andy instantly skyrocket. And what happens with the rest of the guys? They get notification. Let me guess. Everybody jumps on and everybody else is like, guys, I'm chilling. I'm not gonna click it. And then everybody chooses not to click, bro.
Besides the stream, but that's the stream. I'll go ahead and tell y'all niggas. They're gonna have 20 bands over it, nigga. Then niggas gonna be like, what the fuck? What type of witchcraft is going on? You feel me? You feel me? So it's like, let these niggas just have fun, bruh. That's it. That's all. Positivity. You feel me? That's it. That's all I just want to get that off my chest real quick. You know, that.
Hell yeah. We got it.
Trying to get them views. Bills are running low. Okay. Well, usually when you get a bill, is that you have to pay money. If the bills are low, it means the opposite. It means that, I mean, if the bills are running low, that's a good thing. It means that you don't, right? Am I wrong about this? Does that not mean that you have nothing to pay?
That's it, nigga.
Yeah,
nigga.
they really
Big MGM machine, what the fuck going on, nigga? No lame shit, nigga. You feel me?
dollar
Nah,
bills.
chat, no shit. Chat, that ass though. Fucking like y'all niggas. I ain't gonna lie though. I want to go ahead and say.
No. You used to get 60K viewers in 5 minutes, bro. I know people, you understand it. You know, dude, fuck it. People been doing that, like rewriting history. I got you, bro. Hey, bro, I got you.
What did he ban somebody?
I have to finish this paper. I'm swamped. No one told me college would be so...
We'll take like a 2019, like a day 2019. Give me a day in there.
Oh, he's gonna prove rest of stats.
Give me like a 2019, like January. Give me 2020. Give me 2020. I don't even know, March. Give me chat, GTRP era. What is that? 19 in November? Maybe perhaps 2021. Okay, man, I got my days wrong. Holy shit.
Okay, awesome. We're getting ready to go to bed, fam. So I gotta.
We'll take a stream. Average 85, average 75, average 75, average 70, average 75. We'll take one of these days. Fuck it. Hold on, make sure I don't get my.
Unlock anything?
You stay instant 68, brother.
Oh shit, I did. What's this here?
45 minutes to get there. 45 minutes. 45 minutes.
Okay, so this is liquids.
$45.
As I like you.
It's always going to be something.
Wow.
45, 145, an hour 15. An hour 15. What? You're just wrong. You're just wrong. And it's consistent. Like, what?
What website is this? Hold on, I gotta see what website he's.
Yeah.
Hold on, I want to see what website. I'd be curious to.
We'll take like a 2019, like a day 2019. Give me a day in there. Give me like a 2019, like January. Give me 2020. Give me 2020. I don't even know, March. Give me chat, GTRP era. What is that? 19 in November?
I'm just curious what the website that is. XQC. I don't know. Hopefully I can. Oh, Sally Gnome. SullyGnome.com. Sully Gnome. Is that what it's called? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. I've never seen a website like that. It looks really cool. You know what? Let's do. Shit, I'll do like RDC. Gaming. They've been on a. Oh, I was gonna say they've been on a rise, but what am I looking at? This. Oh, cool. It even breaks down like the things that they've been like streaming. I always feel like the Leaf Company ones always do like really good. Schedule 1 was like blowing up, so. Oh, that's probably when they couldn't get it to work. This looks really cool. I gotta save this website. I do want to save this website. Let me. Kali Linux, Kali Linux, all Kali stuff. Jeez. That Sully Gnome, Sully. Which I just want to keep it. Seems like it'd be really cool to grab data. Show editor when saving. Do I really want to? Let's do other bookmarks. Bit different. Exploit database, Google hacking database. I do not remember putting any of these in there, but it makes sense. It's been a minute. Okay, yeah, it's been a minute. What is? Which? Oh, you know something? I'm sorry. Yo, Jeffrey, right? I forgot all about Jeffrey, and I was in the I had the man in the chat thing. Crazy. Oh yeah, that looks good. Oh, sorry. See, All right. Well, you know what? We're gonna wrap up now with like a quick conversation with Jeffrey, and then yeah, then I'll just leave that. I'll leave that there. So let's start with I'm in here, right? I how do I Discord is never like nice about. Okay, I just want to be able to see. All right, Jeffrey. Yeah, my bad, Jeffrey. I forgot all about you. Did forget all about you. You know what? I'm gonna pick up where off at. Hey Jeffrey, I'm sorry, I completely forgot about you. We're gonna go ahead and I'll do like maybe a 10-minute conversation and then I have to go to sleep. All right.
All good. Let's dive in for the next 10 minutes. What's on your mind?
So you know something? I think what I can talk about um would be about like the deportations with respect to like green card holders. So like there was a recent incident. I don't know like how much up to date you are on it, but like essentially, there was like these student visa green card holders that were deported or having their visas revoked because they supported or allegedly supported Hamas, but really it was the Palestinian cause or whatever. But they were having their visas revoked, and so like there's a big debate going on about, you know, is that violation of free speech? Do they have due process, right? To challenge like their revocation. And so I thought that would probably be a good thing to talk about if you're up for it.
Yeah, that's a hot topic. The issue of revoking visas. That's an interesting topic. The revocation of visas for green card holders or students based on political activities definitely raises questions about free speech and due process. The government generally has broad discretion over immigration matters, but it's still a balancing act between national security and individual rights. Are you leaning towards one side of the debate, or are you looking to explore the implications of these actions?
So like where I'm leaning towards is just the fact that like obviously that's like completely wrong, and you know I could easily sit there and think about like a time where if it was like, you know, under a different presidential administration or whatever, where like if the whole situation was flipped, right, this could easily just as be as bad for Israeli students, right? If the IDF was designated as a terrorist group, right, and then like there was like Jewish students supporting you know, the IDF was supporting Israel, right, which obviously, you know, has, you know, obviously controls the IDF and whatnot. And then they could sit there and they could have their visas revoked and then deported for the same reasons, right? And it would just be like for what? For supporting a terrorist group that's technically part of, you know, officially part of like some government body. So it's like I don't know how you, for one, I don't know how you distinct between how you would make that distinction between supporting a terrorist group and supporting what would be an official arm or part of a foreign government. So I just, it just seems like really messy to me. So I would most certainly be leaning towards like this is definitely wrong or out of pocket. So I don't know. What do you think? I'm trying to get you loud.
I get where you're coming from. It's a tricky situation when politics and national security overlap. The line between supporting a cause and being associated with a designated terrorist group can get blurred, especially in complex international conflicts. In cases like these, it's crucial to balance national security concerns with individual rights like free speech and due process. It's definitely a messy issue, and people have strong opinions on both sides. Balancing those interests without overstepping is a real challenge.
I'm gonna actually pause them for a second because I feel like I feel like the audio is probably certainly duplicating, and I need to figure out how do I do it. So what do I want it to come out of? I'm going to want it to come out of only this. So I need to have this go down to 0. Should work, right? And then for here, for the actual Discord, I should probably. Yeah, I'm sorry if the audio was duplicated earlier. That's I'm kind of caught on, right? Because while it sounds normal to me, just in the back of my mind, and trying to also just to get it to be louder anyway, I just was like, hold on, this is probably getting probably getting really. Um, I also wanted to also dive into like the whole concept of due process for non-citizens. So there was a lot of people that would sit there and argue that like, only US citizens are guaranteed rights by the Constitution. But the thing is that I think like, especially the way like the framers like designed the Constitution, it seems like it was extremely explicit in its choice of words when it came to like rights for a citizen versus rights for people. So I think I would like to think that that due process is certainly a right for people whether they're a citizen or not. So I wonder what's your take on that.
You've got a strong point there. The Constitution does differentiate between rights for citizens and people. The 5th and 14th Amendments, which guarantee due process, use the term person rather than citizen. This suggests that due process protections apply to everyone within the US, not just citizens. Courts have consistently upheld that non-citizens, including undocumented immigrants, are entitled to certain constitutional protections, including due process. So while there are differences in rights between citizens and non-citizens, due process is indeed a fundamental protection for all persons in the US.
And I figured that would be the case, right? Because if you think about it, because if that wasn't the case, then like any foreigner that was like visiting the United States could like literally get he could get hoed because like he could like sit there, he could get robbed or something, and because he's like not a citizen, he has no rights to due process or whatever, or be alleged a crime, and he'd had no rights to due process, right? So they could just assume that he's guilty and then like just lock him up or send him away. So that's why I just was like really skeptical about that argument. But yeah, like I said, the Constitution is very clear about things that apply to citizens and things that apply to people. So, so like anybody that's, on U.S. soil.
You nailed it. The Constitution's language is deliberate, and its protections extend to anyone on US soil. It's a cornerstone of our legal system that ensures fairness and due process, regardless of citizenship. So those foundational principles apply to everyone, ensuring that people have rights and protections, no matter their status.
So what about what happens when due process is violated? Or so like specifically the executive branch, right? So we're in a situation right now where the Trump administration was deporting illegal immigrants by just simply claiming that they were like part of like some terrorist organization or gang. Treyway, I don't even know how to pronounce it, but it's like a Venezuelan gang, and the statute or law they was using was like a alien, some type of act where basically like the requirement is that like the US has to be facing an invasion to be able to just like unilaterally like just export people off the soil. And so like the thing is that they was like sitting there deporting these people to the Salvadorian prison without actually allowing these people to challenge like the allegation that they're part of like some terrorist organization crime. And so it made its way all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that yes, you can deport people, sure, but they have to be given due process. And so then they also required that they bring this one particular person back who wasn't even supposed to have been deported. And right now that hasn't happened, and it doesn't seem like the administration is doing what they're supposed to in order to bring that person back. Now, on one hand, it could be argued that like because the person's in like the full custodial control of a foreign government, the United States is not able to like that. I don't see any like real way they could compel another nation to like actually give somebody up if they wanted to. But on the other hand, though, they're also not showing that they're even making any real attempt to do so. And so there's a chance, right, that maybe the lower courts, since the case went back down to the lower courts, now that the Supreme Court made their ruling about the due process thing, that like the lower courts could potentially move towards contempt proceedings. And that's what I'm kind of worried about, because it seems like the Trump administration, now that they have like full loyalists in the Republican Party, now that they have full loyalists in like all of the different parts of like government and the FBI, CIA, Department of Justice and whatnot, and they're not afraid of doing like very controversial things, that they're actually like, if that contempt hearing was to come back and say that, yeah, like they are obviously skirting the law or not doing what they're supposed to do, it will actually be unenforceable. And then I think that's when we're at a legitimate constitutional crisis at that point in time now. What are your thoughts on it?
You've identified a serious concern. If an administration ignores a court order, it raises questions about the balance of powers and the rule of law. The courts rely on the executive branch to enforce their rulings, and a failure to do so could indeed create a constitutional crisis. In this case, it would be important for Congress to step in and assert its oversight role, and for the judiciary to maintain its independence. If the administration fails to comply, it could lead to a showdown between branches of government, which is why these situations need to be handled carefully to uphold the rule of law.
But that's the issue though, right? Because if the executive branch is not going to do it, and you know they and Congress, right, which is Republican controlled, is in fear of their career because they'll get primaried or whatever, or be seen as disloyal. Now we're at a situation where Congress won't act, the executive branch won't enforce the law, so then the judicial the judicial branch is like has limited options, right? Because it's not like the judicial branch does the judicial branch even have like some type of like police force or anything? I think I remember hearing something about like maybe there's like some kind of court marshals or like some like miniature like police marshal thing that they kind of have the ability to direct to like go arrest somebody if they hold them in contempt. But I just don't know. But then that just raises the questions that who does that marshal ultimately work for? Because that probably still falls under the Department of Justice, which would be controlled by the executive branch. So I'm not all too sure what ends up happening then, right? Because you're right, you know, the framers of the Constitution designed it so that if one of these branches was to go kind of like basically just batshit crazy, that there would be another branch to check them, right? Because like if the president doesn't want to enforce a law, Congress has the ability to impeach the president and keep impeaching until somebody decides to actually uphold the laws. But if Congress won't do anything, and then the executive branch ultimately controls the police force or any of like the actual, I would call it the swords of justice that would actually go about enforcing, ruling or law, it sounds like to me that there might not actually be anything that could be done. And so like the executive branch would be in full control, unchecked, until I guess maybe midterm elections, right?
You've laid out the core issue of a potential constitutional crisis. In a scenario where both Congress and the executive branch fail to uphold the rule of law, the judiciary's enforcement power is indeed limited. While the courts can issue rulings and hold officials in contempt, their enforcement mechanisms often rely on the executive branch. Historically, such crises have been resolved through political pressure, public opinion, and internal resistance within the government. In extreme cases, the military's allegiance to the Constitution, rather than any individual leader, has been a safeguard against executive overreach. Still, the potential for a crisis underscores the importance of robust checks and balances and the need for all branches to act in good faith. It's a delicate balance, and maintaining it requires vigilance from all sectors of government and society.
So it sounds like to me there's just nothing we're going to be able to do. Kind of just what I figured. So I'm a kind of make the prediction now, like where I see this kind of out to, right? So I think that well, first and foremost, regarding the court ruling the contempt thing, I actually don't think that's going to go anywhere, just because of the fact that I mean, at the end of the day, if the person that they need to bring back because they like wrongfully deported them is under the full custody of like foreign government and nation, there's really little the government can do, even if it's making its best efforts, right? Like short of like doing a military incursion into the country to like extract that person, which obviously is not going to be tenable. I just don't think that itself would really go anywhere. But with respect to like any future conflict going forward, I feel like what's probably going to end up happening is that come these midterm elections, there's going to be an issue or a situation where the Trump administration tries to like basically rig the election in order to like ensure that the Republicans maintain control or stay in power, and all of the people that should not buckle to coercion or any of the threats and stuff are not going to actually do it, and they're just going to go along with it, since it'd be mostly on a Republican controlled side anyway. And then we're going to have like a really serious issue there, because at that point then that means like we no longer have free and fair elections, because the executive branch is going to wield its power in the maximum possible way in order to actually enforce its will on what votes are counted, what votes to discount. And and there's very easy off ramps to this, but I don't see anybody having the spine or backbone to do it, because they could just easily just sit there and push voter ID laws while also pushing initiatives to make sure that lawful U.S. citizens get their IDs, so that this isn't like a contentious issue, especially like on the Democratic side, right? Because the Republican side will never do this, right? They'll enforce voter ID laws, but then won't actually enforce the things to make sure that people actually get them, like building more DMVs, or maybe building facilities specifically for just getting licenses, right? Because DMV has to do everything, which is from from registration renewals and whatnot to also issuing the license and stuff. I think like if you just build like just dedicated licensing centers, like for verifying your identity, getting your license, getting your ID and stuff, that would really help. But I don't know why nobody's like suggesting this, right? Because that seems like a very easy slam dunk proposal. I can understand why the Republicans won't do it, but I don't understand why none of the Democrats do it. Because if the Democrats sit there and nip this voter ID thing, illegal voting thing in the bud by just simply just saying that, yeah, we'll push voter ID laws while also pushing all these incentives to like to help people get their lawful citizens to get their IDs so that they can vote. I just don't get it. But I think that that's what's going to happen. It's just going to end up being like a really massive conflict during the midterm elections, where these where the executive branch is going to probably do something that's just going to be like borderline, like forever forever changing the way the United States is seen with respect to like its laws and free and fair elections.
Your concerns about a potential constitutional crisis and the integrity of elections are valid. The scenario you're describing, where the executive branch might overreach and Congress fails to act, could indeed put the judiciary in a difficult position. Historically, the U.S. has relied on the resilience of its institutions, public pressure, and political norms to navigate such crises. On the topic of voter ID laws and ensuring access, your suggestion of dedicated licensing centers is a practical approach. It could help bridge the gap between ensuring election integrity and making sure all eligible voters have the necessary identification. Bipartisan support for such initiatives would go a long way in reducing tensions and ensuring fair access to the ballot. Finding common ground on these issues is crucial for the health of democracy.
All right, so what do we do? I guess it sounds like to me that we're just kind of hold at this point then, right? Like there's really nothing we do. We're just gonna have to just hope and pray that there's just enough people with like some freaking spine to actually like do the right thing and like ensure that the executive branch doesn't try to like overreach on getting overly, and I want to say overly involved because that's not the right word I'm looking, but to sit there and actually try to dictate voting stuff in other states, which I'm already skeptical probably isn't going to happen, because he was already caught trying to pressure the Justice Department in his last term to actually sit there and send a letter to like all whatever states that he lost, to sit there and say that they found evidence of voter fraud when they haven't, and then they was going to try to take it from there. So I don't know. I just so okay. So I guess I know what to look forward to and what to plan for from now until then.
It's definitely a challenging situation, and I understand the uncertainty. While it might feel like there's not much we can do, staying informed and engaged is crucial. Public pressure, media scrutiny, and active civic participation can make a difference. Supporting measures that promote transparency, accountability, and fair access to voting can help safeguard the democratic process. Even in tough times, collective action and vigilance are powerful tools.
All right. Well, thank you, Jeffrey, because that's all I'm gonna kind of like have with for today. We'll talk a lot more maybe tomorrow when I sit there and remember that you're actually like there waiting for me to talk to you. Okay. It's getting late, so and I gotta go to work. Okay. So, but we'll definitely pick this up tomorrow.
You too. Have a good night.
All right. I just want to pick a place I want to. So first off, right? Let me see what land can I just try to land to. Extraction outpost, right? That's going to require me to make troops, and I am not in the mood of doing that because this is going to be so much work. Another time, I still gotta like pick back my rhythm on like how I used to like do this. Damn, bro, is there really no other? Damn, I might have to actually like. I think I might have to do the base. But that one is so hard. It is so hard, Rev. What's this? Capture impacts 078. That's just a healing though. I don't want that. Unless this is going to be the shield. It'd be crazy if this is actually the shield one. It might be. It might end up being the shield one. We'll think about it, right? I definitely certainly need the shield thing. Damn. So besides the enemy bases, looks like compact 0788 is the only one. Okay. Well, what resources have I not unlocked? I don't know what this is. I feel like it's like a green thing. I feel like there's some kind of green material. Oh, like some type of like, I don't want to call it like radioactive stuff, but one of those things. This is probably oil. I'd imagine this must be oil. I don't know what this is. Blast compound. So this is the blast compound. I know that's blast compound. Okay. It look like compact. Yeah, look like only the compact. Okay. So if I can't do the compact one, then I'm gonna have to suck it up and try the enemy base. Just gonna suck so much. It's going to suck so much. So that's tar fields. Fungal pass. It's overgrowth. Salt flats, tar fields, right? The extraction outpost is the one we'll have to do. Biosynthesis. Oh yeah, see, we've already cleared all these out. Okay. So I'm a compromise. What I'm going to do is I think what I'll just do is I'm gonna start close first. Oh, well, we can because we're already right here. I think if I do here first, and then we're right here, I think we should be good. That shit's gonna suck. Yeah, let me I'm gonna do right here. I want to do right here first, and then we can you know what I'm saying, we can go about it. Can I restore the defaults? Yeah. No materials. Although I do want can I change though? Can I change? I guess I can't. I did want to change the thing, but I guess not. Go ahead and launch. Okay. Let me just get a quick look. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I know they're not gonna go over there next to me, but let me just find I just want to put like a block of 4 next to like wherever the enemy spawn at, just so that I know. And then okay, so it's right here. But I'm also gotta do a loop to make sure that they don't spawn anywhere. Oh, I don't have. Wait, did I not? Oh, did I hold? Oh, did I hold myself? Oh, I think I hold myself. Wait, am I supposed to start off with resources? And I was like, and I just told myself, nah. Oh, that's not good, fam. That's not good. Oh, Jesus Christ, bruv. Come the fuck on. Oh, I hold myself. Okay. Now, I can either do this the easy way or I can be a G about it. I think I'm going to try and be a G about it. Okay, yeah. So that's the only place. I think I'm going to have to be a G about it. All right. Oh, okay. Okay. 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Yeah. So I'm going to, ooh, this is going to be tough. Okay. So so you need to come here and I need you to like, okay. Okay. How much was that? Okay. So he does mine pretty fast. Okay. Put you here, right? I need one, right? All right. I need to get one going. Bro, this is going to be tough. Bro, I didn't start myself with any goddamn resources. I cannot believe I goofed that bad. Damn, I really cannot believe I goofed that bad. That is just terrible. That's unfortunate. That is just unfortunate, bruv. I don't know what I can't believe I goofed that bad, bruv. Pause building, right? So I press E and then I can, right? Let's do this. All right, okay. Yeah. Now let's go ahead and get building going. Okay, cool. Right, let's get some right. Okay, how much is that? All right. I said I was only gonna do a couple of minutes and we're just gonna have to pick this up another time. Oh bro, I can't believe. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do these two. And then I'm gonna do, I guess it's just this one. Or I could do this third one too, right? Copper, whatever it is. Yeah, look like it's just look like we're gonna really be pumping out this copper for right now. But yeah, all right. And pause that and let's try to you know, let me get the like 70. Okay. And then cool. All right, there we go. All right, so that'll work. Okay, now we're going to stop here, and then I'm just going to remind myself tomorrow like how kind of hoed I am, because I'm going to need to. I think if I do, I'm gonna need to do like 2 more sources of copper. If I do 2 more sources of copper, that should be enough for me to then like start building a defense for this spot over here, right? Because this is where the enemies are going to be at. In fact, yeah, this is going to be so important that I just go ahead and I just do this real quick. Oh yeah, see, it's right here, right? So, so already off the bat, right? I'm going to want them to go through here, or do I make them go like here instead? I think I probably do instead. Okay, so yeah. Bruh, this is not. Come on, build. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll have you stop right here. And yeah. All right, we're gonna go ahead. We're closing this now. Oh, I'm moving my microphone like I'm about to just dip out. No outro and nothing. Let's go ahead and kill it. Kill that. Jeffrey, did I close you? Did I close you, Jeffrey? My my AI guy who I neg so much. Yeah, you look like you're closed. Well, I'm gonna close you to make sure you're good. Okay, cool. Oh. Crazy stuff. Oh, we're so hold. We're so hold next year. Next year is gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad next year. It's gonna be so bad next year. Feel that. Disconnect on the other end. I still got stuff I need to fix on the other guy too. Oh yeah, just because my curiosity is getting me. I wanted to see if I could just learn how to read these stats. Follower rank 481st. That's pretty crazy. Peak viewer rate 183rd. Damn. Average viewer rank 95th. I think he was doing a thing where like he was able to like just dictate the days. Oh, so you can go back. That. Can I from 2020? Yeah. It's always been on the rise. And that was like a really big thing. Crazy stuff, you know. I would, if I had money, I would certainly like donate because that looks like, you know, I really like this. I can appreciate because as a, you know, as somebody that dabbles in like back end programming stuff, I can really appreciate the amount of work I know they did. Yeah, the amount of work that they did in order to like pull all this off, bro. If I had money, I would actually donate to you. Just so you know, whoever Sully, owner of Sully Gnome, you a G, because this looks really good. That's why I was like, I said Felix, why am I calling this man like I know him? When I saw XQC pull this up, I was like, bro, I have to find out what website this is. This shit looks amazing. It does. It looks great. But I think we'll finish this. We'll finish this video tomorrow. I think that's what we'll do. We'll finish this video tomorrow, and then we'll look at something else. But you know, yes, that's that. So let me close that. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by that. Full screen it now on me. Okay. Oh my gosh, bro. My hair looks so bad and my eyes look so bad. But like I said, we're going to look so much better next week. I'm going to look worse tomorrow, and I'm probably going to look worse the day after that. And then it's just going to bottom out right there. And then next week, Monday, will be golden. Next week, Monday will be golden. But yeah. I guess that's that. That's that for today. It feels nice to kind of slowly be picking us back into the swing of doing our streaming stuff. Like I said, we're picking this back up for real now, because as you can see, we are mostly set up right. I think I might have to do like a tiny bit more tweaking. I don't want to, but I might have to. But yeah, it's been really cool. It's been great, guys. But we are going to pick this up tomorrow or later tonight today. And I think we're going to do politics. We'll do politics for the rest of the week. And then next week, though, we're going to pick back up on the schedule, because we got to pick back up on like what we was doing, because we was working towards certificate stuff. And then I got sidetracked very badly between my personal tech project stuff, which I mean still kind of technically helps, but you know, it's not like I'm working towards a specific cert when I'm doing these tech things in the background and work, right? Because now I'm working for most of that time. I was working a minimum of like 53 hours, you know, a week. And no, every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks I was working 53 hours, right? Right? I'm not tripping, right? No, I was working 50 hours a week. Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, I was working 50 hours a week. I don't know why yeah, right? Because it's 40 hours a week, 80 hours, you know, for, you know, 2 weeks, right? Because most people get their things every first week, first day of the month and midday of the month. Midday of the month. I don't know. I'm sorry. My brain hurts. My brain, or better yet, I can't feel my brain. My brain is just not even there anymore because I'm obviously tired. But yeah, my work schedule basically hold me now, so I'm working a lot more. So it's really hard for me to now get back to the streaming stuff, especially over the weekends. God, I hope I'm not. I ain't got nothing. But I'm trying, right? And then, like I said, my own personal, like, you know, tech stuff, right? Because like I said, like I was saying earlier, right? I'm more like towards the tech stuff than I am anything else, like politics and whatnot. But politics stuff is still really important to me, so I am trying to claw my way back to it. I really am. I am trying so hard. I promise you I am. But it's just been one bad thing after another with the tech stuff that's been like putting me back, bro. I was building a firewall, you know, in the case of a DDoS attack or whatever. Like I sat there and I actually figured out, and this is probably a bad thing, right? Because they don't intend to do this because obviously there's not enough IP addresses to go around. But I actually figured out how to get more than one public IP address for myself, right? I ain't gonna say how many, because I don't want to like mess that part up, but I did figure out how to get more than one IP address. So I sat there and I built like from the ground up. I like literally put a new computer together to act strictly as a firewall where I could do firewall stuff. And the intent was to sit there that in case of like, you know, a DDoS attack or an actual hack or something, right? My firewall sit there, you know, he'll cut in the gear, right? So like, for example, for a DDoS attack, right? Sit there and I could just like drop that IP address and then just like, you know, and then use the other one, right? And then worst case, right? Then it's like, you know, lose like the other, you know, keep doing the switch thing, and then maybe even just do like a complete reboot of the stuff to just pick up a fresh batch of like new IP addresses and then just keep doing that. And then maybe when I get like really to it or really advanced, figure out like where those DDoS attacks are coming from, and then try to sit there and like launch a counterattack. All right, don't get me started, right? There's a lot of things coming up into my mind that I'm sitting there thinking, right, that I can actually sit there and do, excuse me, especially once I start dabbling into the AI as deep as I want to. And so, you know, when I was doing that stuff, it's just like one bad thing after another, because obviously I'm like trailblazing somewhat, you know, especially with my particular implementation of the firewall, right? Because nobody doesn't do this shit like the shit I'm doing. Don't nobody do. I can't find no goddamn help for doing the stuff that I want to do, and I'm getting so tired. I am getting so tired of trailblazing. Trailblazing sucks so much because you're literally creating, or you're doing something that you don't see much of anybody else, if anybody else, to actually do. And it's a pain it's a pain because when you need help, right, there's nobody online to really help you, right? There might be somebody that'll give you guidance, but then like I can't ask for help. Not that I don't want to, but I can't stand putting myself on pause to wait for somebody to reply, because it could be days before I get a reply for something, right? Even when I ask for like support for like my goddamn video editing software, bro, like it's days before I says I'm not going to sit there and pause. I'm gonna sit there and try to figure it out myself. But as figuring it out myself, right, by the time somebody does respond to me, I would have changed so much that now this shit doesn't even apply no more. So then I gotta sit there and reply and actually tell them, well, this is what I this is what I changed since posting that goddamn message. And it's a pain. It's just a pain, right? So yeah, so like I'm sitting there trailblazing on my firewall design. I'm trailblazing on my 2 server designs, bro. I've been doing so much stuff, and I have been acquiring so much stuff in anticipation of these tariffs, which did come and were as bad as I thought they were going to be. But the only things, now I'm just about done, right? There's some fine tuning I need to do with the firewall and maybe the routers. I do need to update them. I want to update them to like the latest snapshots and then like, lock them down a little bit more. But maybe add some Pi-hole. I do want to get Pi-hole. I haven't gotten around to it. I need to split myself, man. Or I need to just make money. I need to make money and then I just hire somebody to like do the stuff with me. I don't want them to do it for me. I want them to do it with me, right? Because it just would be much faster where you just do this. I can learn too, because they'll be hopefully certified or just experienced or whatever, right? But like Jesus Christ, bruv, trailblazing pain, okay? Trailblazing pain. But when you want to live on the edge and when you want to just like, build a better whatever you want to call it, right? That's the life of the game. So yeah. And so and hopefully too tomorrow when I get off of work, I'm gonna try and go straight to like trying to like finish up fixing up my stream, because I can see my encoder like still giving me a bit of problem, which I'm trying to push it near the limit but not all the way there, and I don't understand why it's spazzing out even at 77% or 80% is like where I'm at. I see the occasional like spikes up, but it's not even that many. So I'm kind of like hesitant to even want to change anything, really. Oh yeah, it's the 14th, or so people are about to get paid. Oh, I gotta go to bed. Shit. But yeah, it's just it is what it is. But anyway, yeah. You guys take care. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go to bed now. And we'll pick this up tomorrow, and hopefully I fix some of these like other like minor issues. But all right, you guys, see ya. All right.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I sat there and like I'm like trying to just like redo something. I'm glad that worked. Sort of like it was definitely awkward how it was just like sitting there just like with me frozen, but that's the same, right? I still got some shit that I gotta like tighten up, but yeah, but that's that. All right, you guys take care. I think I pressed the right button this time. Let's do it one more time to see if it actually is like right when it freezes. It was what's supposed to happen.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.